I want to begin by acknowledging the Native American nations on whose land we stand. Oklahoma is home to 39 federally recognized Native American tribes, and our district serves students belonging to more than 50 tribes. The city of Tulsa sits on the boundaries of the Cherokee Nation, Muskogee Creek Nation, and the Osage Nation. We recognize their history and commitment to our community and the land on which they settled, and we honor them. We begin our meeting with gratitude, appreciation, and respect. I want to welcome all of my fellow board members here with me tonight. For those of you at home, you will see Zoom tiles for board and for staff. Although there are Zoom tiles for all of the board members are physically at this meeting as well. I have asked that only the staff critical to the function of this meeting are here in person, and that the majority of staff supporting this meeting participate remotely to limit the number of people in the Selman. This will allow us to set up the room following safe distancing guidelines, and at the same time allow those of our community who wish to attend in person to be able to do so as safely as possible. I hope all of you that chose to be present at tonight's board meeting had the opportunity to review the health screening questionnaire and instructions posted on the district webpage, and that you chose to participate remotely if you answered yes to any of the questions listed. As posted, the following safety protocols are in place for attending in person. Visitors will have their temperature checked. They will be asked to sign the attendance sheet to allow for contact tracing and notification in the event there is a COVID-19 exposure. Attendees will also be required to wear a mask. Attendees are expected to adhere to safe distancing, a minimum of 6 feet apart. I want to remind those who are wishing to address the board to sign up with our clerk, Maddie, who is at the back of the room. There's also a link on our webpage for those wishing to sign up and give their comments via telephone. There's a 5-minute limit to those comments, and I want to remind speakers that, in accordance with board policy, staff and board members will not enter into a dialogue with speakers during the board meeting. Upon approval of the consent agenda, no additional speaker requests will be accepted. I would like to let the audience know that we have 2 ASL interpreters at tonight's meeting via live stream. We also have closed captioning and Spanish translation services available for those viewing the board meeting on channel 20. In addition, we also have Spanish translation services available through our live stream of the board meeting on Facebook. To follow tonight's meeting in Spanish, please visit our Spanish language Facebook page at www.facebook.com/Escuelas Públicas de Tulsa. You'll find a Facebook Live video with real-time translation. Thank you to our translation services team for ensuring that our meeting is accessible to Spanish speakers. Mr. Robles, would you please announce the availability of interpretation services through the website?
Absolutely. Para seguir la reunión esta noche en español, por favor visiten nuestra página en español en Facebook en www.facebook.com/Escuelas Públicas de Tulsa. Ahí encontrarán un video en vivo en Facebook que tiene traducción simultánea. Muchas gracias a nuestro equipo de traducción por asegurarse de que podamos hacer esta reunión accesible a nuestras familias de habla hispana. Gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Robles. Let's begin the meeting by calling roll of the board members to assure a quorum is present and the meeting is qualified to consider the agenda items. Pastor Marshall.
Present.
Ms. Barbara Perez.
Present.
Mr. Croissant.
Present.
Ms. Keller.
Present.
Dr. Griffin.
Present.
Ms. Schreiber.
Present.
And I am present as well. A majority of the board is present, therefore a quorum is present and the meeting is qualified to consider the agenda items. Dr. Gist, will you lead us in the flag salute?
I will indeed. Stand and salute. And pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Superintendent Gist, do you have any changes to tonight's agenda?
I do not have any changes tonight, Madam President.
Great. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Move approval.
Second.
Okay, thank you. I will now call for the vote. Ms. Schreiber?
Aye.
Dr. Griffin?
Aye.
Ms. Keller?
Aye.
Mr. Croissant?
Aye.
Ms. Barbara Perez?
See?
Pastor Marshall?
Aye.
And I. Dr. Gifts, do you have any special presentations for us this evening?
I do, Madam President and board members and Tulsans. I'm going to share more at the end of the meeting, and I wasn't planning on saying anything here, but I have really great news and I can't help it. I have a commitment, the board and I have a commitment to each other that we don't surprise one another with information. I'm about to surprise you, but I think it's a good surprise. We have just found out just a little while ago and are communicating to our team that we are going to be able to begin vaccinating all of our team members in Tulsa Public Schools this week. And we are sending out information right now about scheduling vaccines and so forth. We're so excited, so grateful to everyone at the Tulsa Health Department. So yeah, great news. So more to come on that in a little bit, but importantly, we have a few really super special presentations, and we're going to start. We have 3 resolutions that we want to do tonight, and so this is we are still in the midst of Black History Month, and while every month is Black History Month, it's important to still have a month in which we call out Black history, because we are not yet where we need to be as a country in recognizing the important and rich and sometimes painful history. But there are also so many things to celebrate about incredible leaders, inventors, really important people who make up our community today and also are a part of our history. Today, we wanted to take some time to honor some very special Black leaders who have made a lasting impression on Tulsa's students and families, as well as our community as a whole. So our first presentation this evening honors former Tulsa Board of Education member Eugene Harris, an amazing leader and change agent for the city, who was also the first Black member of the Tulsa Board of Education. Tulsa School Board. So I think we were expecting some members of Mr. Harris's family, but I'm not sure if those folks are here yet. We can check again in just a moment.
They're in a meeting, Dr. Giss.
Sorry, what'd you say, Demetrius?
They are in the meeting. They're joined via Zoom.
Oh, I see him now. Hello, Mr. Harris.
Hello, Dr. Giss. How are you?
I'm good. It's nice to see you. Do we have Deanna with us as well?
Up here.
Excellent. Oh, I see her now. It's like not on my little screen, but it's up here. Okay, very good. Thank you so much to both of you for being a part of our meeting tonight. I'm absolutely thrilled that you could be here with us. And we're gonna hear from you in a little bit if you'd like, but we're also gonna see more because both of you are in the video that we have here in a little bit as well. So Mr. Harris and Ms. Harris are the son and daughter of Mr. Eugene Harris, and we're so glad that they have joined us tonight. So Board President Woolley, you, I believe, are introducing this resolution, and then we'll go on from there.
I am honored to read this resolution. Whereas the entire community of Tulsa Public Schools wishes to express its deep appreciation of Mr. Eugene Harris and celebrate the lasting impact he had on many thousands of students, teachers, school staff, board members, and families in Oklahoma. Whereas Tulsa Public Schools strives to be a destination for diverse, culturally responsive, and anti-racist educators who seek to eliminate inequities and create an inclusive, liberatory, and just learning environment for all students, particularly those who have historically been denied full access to educational opportunities. Whereas Tulsa Public Schools is deeply committed to achieving racial and social justice and recognizes the impact of identity, privilege, oppression, access, and opportunity on teaching, learning, and student achievement. Whereas Mr. Eugene Harris was a dedicated public servant and fearless leader having been a member of the Tulsa Board of Education from 1969 through 1977. Whereas Mr. Eugene Harris led the way for communities of color in Tulsa by becoming the first Black person to serve on the Tulsa Board of Education. Whereas Mr. Eugene Harris's commitment to the success of the Tulsa Public Schools community and Black students helped to secure the lasting legacies of schools such as Carver Middle School and Booker T. Washington and McLean High Schools. Whereas Mr. Eugene Harris was a role model for integrity and served on the board with honesty and perspective that led the way for Tulsa Public Schools to navigate the era of desegregation within the district. Whereas Mr. Eugene Harris, through the building of relationships, gained the utmost respect from his community members and helped propel the district forward in a united and meaningful way. Be it resolved that Mr. Eugene Harris has our sincerest appreciation and gratitude. Would either of Mr. Harris's family members like to say a few words, or any of you really, both of you?
Deanna, you want to? No, you go first, Deanna.
Okay, I would just say thank you to the Board of Education for honoring my dad in this particular way. And I think if he were here today, I'm sure he would tell you as board members to continue to make each and every student, 30,000 some students now in Tulsa Public Schools, your special project, and continue to ensure that each and every one of them receives the highest quality education that you could provide.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. And I would just like to say, and you know, we're honoring my dad tonight, but be remiss not to say something about my mom. She was his rock, and she absolutely was instrumental in his public service to the community. So in addition to my dad, I like to say that at least in my mind, we're also honoring my mother. Her name was Marinette Harris, because she was just such a strong supporter of him and helped him throughout his endeavors in the community. But I do absolutely thank you for what you're doing in my dad's memory. And as Deanna said, just keep the students foremost in your mind, because that's what he always did. Thank you very much.
Thank you both so much. We do have a quick video to go along with this resolution.
It's often said you must learn about history so that it doesn't repeat itself. In the case of Eugene Harris, the first African-American to serve on the Tulsa School Board, learning of his life can make for a better tomorrow.
I was the princess.
Deanna Harris is 7 years older than her brother Eugene Harris Jr.
The thing that always stuck out with me with Dad was how respected he was in the community.
Their father, Eugene Harris, was born in Mississippi, but was recruited to come to Tulsa to help African Americans.
To service African American businesses as an accountant.
It didn't take long for him to become an influential part of the community. He became the executive director of Moton Hospital and stayed on as executive director when it became a community health center.
He was a special person.
It was in the late 1960s that a spot opened up on the Tulsa School Board.
He was approached to be on the board initially.
He took the job when Tulsa Public Schools was going through some major changes.
Right at the time of desegregating the schools, actually.
That was the days of what I call Ungawa Black Power.
Deanna was in college at the time.
And I was like, Daddy, you cannot be an Uncle Tom. You got to tell the truth. You got to know Uncle Tom ain't around.
Her dad sometimes asking Deanna to help him write speeches.
Do you want a speech? Okay, I'll write you a speech, because I was an English major. So yeah, I'll write you a speech. Okay. And don't you change a word of it now. I'm sure he did.
It was almost immediately that Eugene Harris became a target of racism and threats.
I was always concerned with Dad without Mom. I knew that he was getting death threats. I mean, he was getting threats.
And you were here.
And I was here, yeah.
I mean, people were really, it was dangerous. Those were definitely dangerous times.
The district had closed Carver and was discussing closing Booker T. Washington High School. Harris was working to reopen Carver and keep Booker T. Washington's proud legacy alive.
He fought for what, in my mind, was all Tulsans, but it focused on the African American community because of what was going on there.
Making him a target many feared needed extra protection.
My dad had this cadre of retired school teachers who would follow him home to make sure that he got from wherever he was going home.
None of that stopped him from pushing on.
Extremely proud. You know, Dad was someone that, again, is extremely well respected in the community.
When the time came to desegregate McLean High School, Harris asked his son to be the light.
Basically, I really wanted to go to Booker T. Washington because of the tradition in football. I mean, you know, even back then they had a great football team.
But his dad needed him.
Dad came to me and asked me would I consider, because we actually lived in the McLean district, and asked if I would go ahead and go to McLean.
Harris Jr. accepted, knowing what he would face.
McLean at that time probably generously maybe had a African American student body of maybe 10%.
During his time at McLean, Harris Jr. was the target of racism and threats daily.
Absolutely it was. I mean, there were fights literally almost every day.
But it wasn't just the Harris men helping pave a path for Tulsa Public Schools. Deanna and her mother were also playing key roles to keep Booker T. Washington open.
My mom's idea was offer things that they can't get anywhere else.
Deanna was away from home when she heard the school was going to stay open.
And I found out it because I work at TU, and I found out about it there, and I called her, and we both cried. And the reason we cried was not just because of Dad, but because it was actually her idea.
Carver was eventually reopened and has continued to be a prospering school, thanks in part to the tireless work of Eugene Harris.
There are allies on both sides, okay? I mean, I remember Dad talking with folk that I did not initially think would support what was trying to be done, which was opening Carver back up and then making certain that Booker T. Washington High School remained in existence, essentially.
Leaving some lasting impressions on his kids.
And I think if you can have that respect and integrity, and our dad had a great deal of integrity, I really think it makes a difference in terms of being able to form friendships and allegiances.
I felt like he was doing God's work. And I mean, I know that entails danger, but he wasn't stupid. And I knew that he was surrounded by a community that would watch out for him.
Teaching us how to be brave while building bridges that can lead to lasting friendships and connections that can help unite a city.
You can't assume because this person lives over here in a poor part of town, you know, whether they're black, you know, white, Native American, you cannot assume anything about them. Get to know them before you make any decisions about who they are. And I think that's what he would want. That's how he could build bridges, because he didn't have those assumptions.
Find your allies and understand that it may not be who you necessarily think they are.
While he led the community forward, he still honored his first job, being a loving husband and a caring and inspirational father.
I remember also one time he just came and picked me up, and we watched a game of the World Series together. That was my real relationship with my dad. I've grown over the years to appreciate what he did in the community, but for me, it was just his being a father.
Thank you. We are deeply grateful to your father and your mother for paving the way for board members and for demonstrating how we can continue to lead the charge for equity for all students in Tulsa Public Schools. Thank you again. Dr. Gist.
Thank you, Board President, and thank you again to both of the members of the Harris family who are able to be with us tonight. That made it really extra special. We have another resolution for another very important, very special community leader, community member who is someone who has been really key, really important to the district, and has been important to me personally. Dr. Laverne Ford Wembley is a former public school educator, and she remains a leader for education and beyond here in Tulsa. She's with us here tonight. I can see her. Welcome, Dr. Wimberly. I have the huge honor of reading Dr. Wimberly's resolution. Whereas the entire community of Tulsa Public Schools wishes to express its earnest support and deep gratitude for the lasting legacy and countless contributions made by Dr. Laverne Ford Wimberly throughout her 40-year career in public education. Whereas Tulsa Public Schools strives to be a destination for diverse, culturally responsive, and anti-racist educators who seek to eliminate inequities and create an inclusive, liberatory, and just learning environment for all students, particularly those who have historically been denied full access to educational opportunities. Whereas Tulsa Public Schools is deeply committed to achieving racial and social justice and recognizes the impact of identity, privilege, oppression, access, and opportunity on teaching, learning, and student achievement. Whereas Dr. Laverne Ford Wimberly built the foundation of her career around serving students as a teacher and touched the lives of many children and families along the way. Whereas Dr. Laverne Ford Wimberly bolstered the district in the days of desegregation while mediating conflicts between students, staff, and parents to ensure that all children were afforded a nurturing and caring learning environment. Whereas Dr. Laverne Ford Wimberly's care, concern, commitment to the success of her students and their families as a whole was always at the forefront of her roles. Whereas Dr. Laverne Ford Wimberly broke through barriers and became Tulsa Public Schools' first Black female assistant principal of a junior high school at Roosevelt Junior High in 1975. Whereas Dr. Laverne Ford Wimberly's dynamic leadership, listening skills, and ability to make everyone feel engaged, to feel seen, to feel heard, and all of that creating a lasting legacy for her within the district. Whereas Dr. Laverne Ford Wimberly again made Tulsa Public Schools history when she became the first Black woman to serve as the district's interim superintendent in 2000. Be it resolved that Dr. Laverne Ford Wimberly has our sincerest appreciation and gratitude. She certainly has mine. Thank you so much, Dr. Wimberly. Would you be willing to share some words with us tonight, Dr. Wimberly? We might have made it, we might have not been able to unmute you. Let's hang on just a moment.
I think I am now.
You are now. Yep. Very good.
Board members and Dr. Guest, thank you for the commendable resolution presented under the auspices of Tulsa Public Schools. The resolution will serve as a symbol of inspiration to continue my quest for high standards of service, excellence, leadership, and character. My journey to success began in Tulsa Public Schools at the age of 4 at Paul Lawrence Dunbar Elementary School, continuing at George Washington Carver Junior High School, and concluding at Booker T. Washington High School. The education I received at those schools prepared me to reach the pinnacle of my career. And my career with the Tulsa School District was phenomenal. I enjoyed every second of my 39-year service in the elementary, in the junior high, the middle, the high school levels, and of course, the central office. And I love saying that I did everything in Tulsa Public Schools except drive the school bus and prepare the meals. So board members and Dr. Guest, I am deeply touched to have this recognition bestowed upon me during Black History Month. And it is with a deep sense of appreciation and gratitude that I accept this special honor. Thank you.
Dr. Wimberly, thank you again so much for everything that you have done and continue to do for Tulsa, for education. Just incredibly grateful to you. Our last resolution tonight is in recognition of another amazing leader in Tulsa. Former Senator Maxine Horner was a Booker T. Washington graduate. She committed her life to advocating for the survivors of the Tulsa Race Massacre and empowering the North Tulsa community. She was a leader in our community, the state, and beyond. We're pleased to announce that we have several members of Senator Horner's family joining us tonight. I'm confident they're here. We have Mr. Don Horner, Mr. Chuck Sissel, Ms. Sherry Tisdale, and Mr. William Tisdale. So we want to thank you all for joining us, and I know Pastor Marshall will probably want to say more to the family as well. I want to say a special thank you to Pastor Marshall for ensuring this recognition of Senator Horner tonight, and I'm going to turn it over to her to share the resolution. Pastor Marshall.
Before reading, I would like to just say to the family that I am so happy that you could be with us tonight. I want to express my sincere gratitude that I had the opportunity over these last few years. Unlike some people who retire from public service, Senator Horner never retired. So I was always thankful to get a phone call or an email to be able to discuss a decision I've made or a decision that would be made, and just have a gauge on public service. She was a delight. She was an inspiration to me personally. And I want to say that truly I'm going to miss her wisdom. Whereas the entire community of Tulsa Public Schools wishes to express its deepest respect and admiration for the life and legacy of Senator Maxine Horner and the tremendous impact that her work had on the lives of Tulsans throughout the years. Whereas Tulsa Public Schools strives to be a destination for diverse, culturally responsive, and anti-racist educators who seek to eliminate inequities and create an inclusive, liberatory, and just learning environment for all students, particularly those who have historically been denied full access to educational opportunities. Whereas Tulsa Public Schools is deeply committed to achieving racial and social justice and recognize the impact of identity, privilege, oppression, access, and opportunity on teaching, learning, and student achievement. Whereas Senator Maxine Horner, an esteemed Booker T. Washington High School alum, was a tireless advocate for education and equity. Whereas Senator Maxine Horner dedicated her life to public service, becoming one of the first Black women to serve in the Oklahoma State Senate and representing the citizens of Oklahoma in the State Senate for 18 years. Whereas Senator Maxine Horner's role in developing the Tulsa Race Massacre Commission was instrumental in bringing this tragedy to the forefront and helped create awareness while educating students, Tulsans, and Americans alike about this horrible event. Whereas Senator Maxine Horner helped make post-secondary education attainable for historically marginalized students throughout the state by championing the Oklahoma's Promise Scholarship Program. Whereas Senator Maxine Horner's fierce advocacy for North Tulsa and Greenwood brought about the tremendous progress and opportunity for the community and led her to co-found the Greenwood Cultural Center. Whereas Senator Maxine Horner's pursuit of truth for the survivors of the Tulsa Race Massacre and work as chair of the Citizens Committee overseeing the search for burial sites brought further public awareness to the ongoing work and to the work that still needs to be done. Be it resolved that Senator Maxine Horner has our sincerest appreciation and gratitude. Thank you.
It away again?
Thank you so much, Pastor Marshall. And that was very moving. And again, we do have members of the family here, and we appreciate y'all being here, especially because we know that this was a recent loss. And we just are so grateful that you were willing to come and be a part of this opportunity for us to honor her memory. And so I'd like to see if members of the family would like to speak. Go ahead. I believe it's Mr. Sissel. It's kind of a group effort to unmute when you're in this kind of a Zoom, so.
I can unmute myself. Hey, this is her son, Don. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, just in case, Uncle's having a little trouble getting going. What I would like to say is we're deeply humbled by this honor, and we want to thank everyone who thought enough of our mom. She thought so much of Tulsa, North Tulsa, and the state of Oklahoma. We're just absolutely it's amazing. Of course, this is a very tough time to express how you feel about your mother, but it's we just want to say from the deepest parts of our hearts, between my sister and I, we just thank you guys for recognizing her commitment to Tulsa, to North Tulsa, to I guess to the whole to the United States and trying to make it just a better place. And that was always her intention. She was very intentional in her work, in her thoughts, and her beliefs, and her actions. So for you guys to take the time to think about her is just absolutely amazing. And we just want to say thank you guys for honoring our mother in Black History Month, which was one of her favorite months anyway of the year. And we were always getting different knowledge about things about Black history, pretty much every month of the year as we grew up. But we just thank you guys, and it's and that really just sums it up. Her work is done, and we're just humbled by the fact that you guys recognize what she did and her commitment to making Tulsa and North Tulsa a better place. Thank you guys so very, very much.
Thank you again so much. If there are any other family members who want to say anything, we'd welcome that, but certainly no pressure to do so.
This is her daughter. I'm just going to jump on real quick. I'm actually at work. But again, just want to say ditto to what my brother said. We are so humbly thankful for the recognition that is bestowed upon our mom and her commitment to excellence in education. And again, I can't say any more than my brother said, but I just want to say we're really, really sincerely humbled and appreciative of all the support that the community and Tulsa has shown her and to our family, particularly during this time. So thank you again. And I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
We appreciate that. We're so glad that you were able to be a part of the meeting tonight. Well, thank you again to the members of Senator Horner's family. Thank you again, Pastor Marshall, for your leadership on this and so many other things. We do appreciate this opportunity to honor her memory. And that concludes our special resolutions. We do have one.
I think we ought to give all of our standing ovation.
Let's do. Thank you, Pastor Marshall. I can't even imagine a Tulsa Public Schools without a Booker T. Washington. To hear that conversation is just
wow, like that could have happened. And where would we be without these folks who gave their time and, energy and effort and dedication to the students of Tulsa? So another thank you.
Definitely, definitely. And thank you again to all of you for being a part of that opportunity to honor just some of really important leaders, but there are so many others, but we are glad to be able to recognize them tonight and have their families with us. We also have the honor tonight of being able to have with us a couple of the many incredible school leaders that we have in Tulsa Public Schools. I want to welcome Central High School Principal Jason Gilley and Tulsa Virtual Academy Principal Gina Wilson. They are here tonight and they have a presentation that they want to share with us. And so we're just thrilled to have them. So I will turn it over to Principal Gilley and Principal Wilson.
Good evening, and thank you, and good evening, Dr. Gist, President Woolley, and members of the board. Last week at the board meeting, I heard a statement that really hit home. That statement was regarding celebrating diversity within our district. I just want to build on that statement tonight and say again, if we believe in equity, we should celebrate these moments. We should not only celebrate, but we should promote diversity in our district whenever possible. Principal Gilley and I are thankful for the opportunity to celebrate and highlight some of our Black Team Tulsa leaders and give acknowledgement to all of our Black staff, regardless of title, during this Black History Month. Representation matters. And when our students see people who they identify with, it affects their entire psyche. Because being able to identify with someone is a crucial part of our human experience. Sadly, there are so many students that don't get to have this rewarding human experience in their formative years. Last year, I had the opportunity to host a Black History program with Principal Gilley, and he made the plea to over 300 of our graduating seniors from Central and East Central High School, those that had made the choice that they were going to continue with college. He asked them to consider majoring in education and return to Tulsa Public Schools, just as he had, because representation matters. And students need to see people in education that look like them. There are Black students all over the world that go through pre-K through 12th grade, and they never have a Black teacher. They never experience having a Black school leader that they can identify with. But I am elated that Team Tulsa is committed to changing these experiences for our students of color. So Principal Gilley, I'll turn it over to you.
Forgot to hit that unmute button. That wouldn't be the first time. So thank you, Gina. I had prepared something to say. However, I'd be remiss if I did not take this opportunity to mention two schools that are often overlooked and are synonymous with the words Black excellence. I've served at both schools, and I do want to give McLean High School a shout out right now, and Central High School a shout out as well. They have some phenomenal students, future leaders. I see even leaders who sit on our super team who are graduates of McLean High School. And there's fabulous people who have graduated from Central High School in the district as well. So shout out to both of those schools who represent Black excellence at the same time. Let's see. All right. Peace and blessings to each of you. It is a privilege to be able to share this platform with a phenomenal leader such as Gina Wilson. She's taken advantage of her digital and social media platforms to educate students and colleagues alike on the power of voice and constructing practices of equity. The lives that each of us live would not be what they are today without Black scientists, Black inventors, Black businessmen and women, Black athletes, Black activists, and Black leaders, all shaped by Black educators. While we are still in the process of fully awakening to the reality of that last statement, I find hope and encouragement that progress is being made. This last year was the first time in my lifetime that I could recall various forms of unity being displayed throughout the city of Tulsa. We are following in the steps of Black leaders who circulated the Black dollar in business and the community so heavily that they would make the Midtown Money Belt look like spare change. 100 years after one of the most heinous acts of domestic terrorism on American soil, the Tulsa Race Massacre, Tulsa and specifically North Tulsa continues to produce Black leaders that shape the face of this city. It is an honor for me to introduce to you some of those faces at this time.
You've got the power. You've got my people in the East, yo, you gotta wake up. Midwest, dirty South, yo, you gotta stand up. All my homies in the West, yo, you gotta wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up. Wake up, wake up.
Wake up, everybody, no more sleeping in bed. No more backwards thinking, time for thinking ahead. The world has changed so very much from what it used to be. There's so much hatred, war and poverty. Wake up, all the teachers, time to teach a new way. Maybe then they'll listen to what you have to say. 'Cause they're the ones who's coming up. The world is in their hands. When you teach the children, teach them the best to.
Scream peace, do we mean it? Can you feel it when we scream it out loud? Do you believe that we need it? Do you believe that it could get right? Do you believe that the children of the world deserve a good life? Well, if you do, it's time to wake up your mind. We can make it better, and I know it might take some time, but we gotta start somewhere. How about with you and me? From us it goes to others, then we'll have our unity.
All the doctors make the old people well. They're the ones who suffer, who catch all the hell. But they don't have so very long before the judgment day. So won't you make them happy before they pass away?
Wake up, all the builders, time to build a new land. I know we can do it, long as we lend a hand. The only thing we have to do is put it in our minds, and surely things will.
Principal Gilly and Principal Wilson and all of your colleagues and all of our team members. And that was so powerful seeing those incredible leaders' faces and smiles. And we're just really, really grateful for you. Thank you for this presentation. Thank you so much. And that concludes our special presentations for tonight, Madam President.
Thank you so much. What a joyful evening of special presentations. That brings us to item D, approve minutes of the February 1st, 2021 regular meeting of the board and the February 16th, 2021 special meeting of the board. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
President Woolley,
Yes.
is it possible to separate these so that Board Member Barbara Perez can vote on one of them, but not the other? She was participating in one meeting, but not the other.
Absolutely.
So I would move for approval of the minutes from, sorry, I'm looking for this. I don't have the dates in front of me.
February 1st and February 16th.
Move approval of the minutes from February 1st, 2021.
Thank you. Do we have a second to approve the minutes for the February 1st, 2021 regular meeting?
I will second.
Okay, we have a second. And just to clarify, Board Member Schreiber wanted to separate those two items. So our new board member could feel as though she were informed on voting for the items in the February 16th meeting, since she was a part of that meeting. We have a first and a second. I'll call for the vote. Pastor Marshall?
Aye.
Ms. Barbara Perez?
Abstain.
Mr. Croissant?
Aye.
Ms. Keller?
Aye.
Dr. Griffin?
Aye.
Ms. Schreiber?
Aye.
And I. Now I would like to ask for a motion to approve the minutes of the February 16, 2021 special meeting of the board.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. I'll call for the vote. Pastor Marshall?
Aye.
Ms. Barbara Perez?
C.
Mr. Croissant?
Aye.
Ms. Keller?
Aye.
Dr. Griffin?
Aye.
Ms.
Aye.
Schreiber?
Aye.
And I. That brings us to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Move approval. Second.
Are there any board questions or discussion? Dr. Griffin?
I normally don't comment on the consent agenda since we've discussed those, but I have some questions from a constituent. My first question would be, is this information about what the agency does on our website so that people can kind of frequently asked questions?
Dr. Griffin, can you say
Yeah, which item
what
are you
item you're referring to?
E, let me see,
E1?
E1, yeah, E1, presence learning. About the psychological services they offer. Is that on our website for parents that have a need to know?
I would guess probably not, because we don't typically post about our vendors, but rather for families, it should be a very fluid experience. But I certainly can see if any members of our team might be able to answer that directly, either Dr. Johnson or I believe Debbie Renz is also joining the meeting.
Let me give you some of her questions. I'm not going to read them all. Of the kinds of things she's interested in as having a child that's going to need these services. So I thought there's probably other parents that would have some FAQs too. And she specifically asked, and I think President Woolley can comment on this perhaps. I don't want to belabor this point. It's my understanding that the contract with Presence Learning students will be virtually evaluated, tested, and the local proctor will be in a room with them. It is proven that children with learning challenges do not respond well to virtual assessments and learning. Ask any speech therapist, occupation therapist, and you're a speech therapist, aren't you?
That's correct.
So maybe you can comment on that. Again, I don't want to read all her questions, and I could pass them on to whoever's important, but she's concerned about the proctor. She's concerned about when the results are being delivered. What is the plan for identifying which TPS? So I just think a FAQ page for these parents with these children would be appropriate, and I can pass these questions on to whoever, but maybe just a few comments, President Woolley, from you on her overarching concern without belaboring it.
Sure. And Dr. Griffin, I received that same email, and the question that resonated most with me is a delineation of how students would be selected to participate either virtually or in person. And I believe that our team will certainly recognize students who need that and will then cater to those needs. So she was specifically speaking about her child with a particular known developmental delay that I would say, yes, it makes sense that child would probably need someone in the room testing with her. And I think that our team will very much be able to recognize who those kids are. Whereas I can work with a kid who just has maybe an articulation delay and do an online evaluation without any problems. So that would be my answer, is that our team will definitely be able to recognize who would be appropriate for an online evaluation versus an in-person evaluation. Is that fair, Dr. Gist?
Yes. So first of all, thank you for clarifying. That's very helpful. And we certainly do want to work with families and make sure that they that we're hearing from them about their needs and concerns, and that we're making sure that the right format is provided to students. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Johnson and Ms. Rins in just a moment, but I also just want to make sure that we're clear that we are hiring school psychologists. And so we welcome, we have had a shortage of school psychologists for many years now. It was one of the things that the school psychologist brought to my attention in my very early weeks here in the district, what a need there was for us to pay more attention to that work. And so it's an ongoing shortage nationally, but of course in Oklahoma, given our lack of investment in public education, it becomes a particular problem. On these specific questions, I am going to ask Dr. Johnson or Ms. Renz to respond to the concerns that have been raised.
Thank you, Dr. Gist, and thank you also, Board Member Griffin and President Woolley. Debbie Renz and I, Debbie is the Executive Director over Exceptional Student Services. We had the opportunity to discuss in more detail today just exactly how we are going to communicate even more to our parents about presence learning and exactly how the students will then benefit from that support. And so I do want Debbie to talk a little bit about our plans to not only support information for our parents, but then also, Debbie, if you could just give some more details as well regarding how presence learning will directly serve both student, either in person or virtual.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Yeah, we're really excited about bringing presence learning on board because it would provide us an opportunity to fill some of the gaps and holes that we have with the shortage of psychologists that we're able to hire. And again, we want to keep each and every one of our psychologists. They serve a very vital role in our district in helping us identify our students who may have learning challenges and need more assistance and more support to receive academic benefit. The thing with presence learning at this point is that what we're proposing to enter into is a kind of what I would say is a pilot because we're capping it at $25,000 and saying that we want to get as many evaluations completed with that amount of money. So it would give us an opportunity to see how this will work within our district. We've had an opportunity to talk with them and we know how it's working in other very large districts like Dallas Independent School District. Denver, Colorado also has a contract with Presence Learning. They have done very, very well and they've expanded well beyond the extent that we're proposing this evening. But because I'm a little bit more conservative, I want to see how these school psychologists interact with our students, interact with our parents when they bring the information from the assessment to that parent meeting to discuss the results that they've received throughout the course of the evaluation with the student. It's important for me to know that these folks, even though they're virtual like we are tonight and I'm Zooming from home, that they are relatable and that they're able to communicate well with the families and that the families understand what the evaluation is telling them about their child and their capacity for learning. So that is of utmost concern to me. Again, the benefit for us is that Presence Learning has secured like 6 psychologists at this point that are certified in the state of Oklahoma. So we'll be able to access all 6 of those folks. Whereas if we went through a staffing agency, they would be giving me 1 psychologist for a really high price, and most of which that school psychologist would not be receiving, but the company would be receiving. So this is actually a lot of advantage for us to be able to access so many psychologists at once through this single contract. I think were there some other questions? Questions about family supports. One of the things when a parent, so you understand, none of the students that will be referred to Presence Learning will be initial evals. All of the initial evaluations will be conducted by Tulsa Public Schools psychologists that are here in person and go from school to school to school seeing students.
Presence Learning will only provide re-evaluations, and this was our decision, again, to err on the side of being very conservative about the services, is that we're going to provide them re-evaluation students in the categories of specific learning disability, other health impaired, and possibly intellectually disabled. Those are the only 3 categories at this point. And we will consider the student and their individual needs before we determine that that's a case that we would turn to presence learning. Again, because I don't want to invalidate any test results. I don't want any difficulty on the student or on the school psychologist in trying to get the results, the best results that we can get from the student during a testing session. It's very important. A proctor will be there in addition to assist with the actual testing session. And a lot of protocol may be placed in front of the student through a document camera so that the school psychologist from Present Learning can view what the student is interacting with and how they're interacting with the materials. So that proctor that will be a Tulsa Public Schools employee will be there to assist and ensure that the testing session is a valid testing session and that there are no difficulties with technology throughout the course of the evaluation. Parents will be given the same opportunities as our Tulsa Public Schools parents are given now. Upon the point of signing for consent, they'll be made aware of what components their student will be assessed with, how the student will be assessed. Then they'll be invited for the parent meeting following the culmination of the assessment and the summaries that have been written, and the school psychologist goes through all the information and shares that with the parents. In most of the cases, because these are reevaluations, they're just to determine continued eligibility. So it's an assessment that's done every 3 years, and typically it's an evaluation to determine continued eligibility. In the event that we are dismissing a student, it would go through the same protocol. And that school psychologist is aware of the standard testing assessment processes, and they will enact the test the same way that any of our school psychologists in Tulsa do now.
Thank you, Ms. Renz. Dr. Griffin, your light is still on, so I just want to make sure that you, okay, thank you. Board Member Crisant.
I'll just ask a couple of quick questions. I know it says here in our rationale that we have 10 vacancies. Is bringing on Presence Learning going to help us, obviously, to try to keep up with the number of students that are going to need to be evaluated, especially because we have to do that based on IDEA and the Individuals with Disabilities Act. Is that necessary? And if we were able to fill those 10 positions, would we ultimately want to go back to where we have all in-person school psychologists? I think that's something that we need to make sure and be a part of this, is that hopefully this is just a short-term solution and not the long-term goal of what we want to see as our district. Can you comment on that, either Dr. Gist or Ms. Renz?
Yes, sir. Actually, I believe Devin Fletcher, well, not I believe, I know Devin Fletcher is on the Zoom as well. This might be something that he might like to jump in on too, since he's the chief of equity and talent. But certainly Ms. Renz or Dr. Johnson are welcome to jump on there. I can see Mr. Fletcher attempting to unmute himself. For those who are watching, unmuting is a multi-step process when you're on this kind of Zoom. So there you go, Mr. Fletcher, go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Gist and board member, for that question. So we definitely are working to ensure that we are able to staff for all roles, in particular these, as we are mapping out next steps. One of the things that we have in store for exceptional student roles is specifically to target incentives for our harder to staff, and that's both for retention as well as for recruiting. And so there's more information that will be forthcoming. We're excited about the opportunity to be able to do so. And And my Zoom just went blank, so I thought I lost you all for a second, but excited about the opportunity to be able to do that. One of the things that we see from a state perspective is that not only for Tulsa Public Schools, but more broadly, there are challenges just with the number of individuals coming out of their preparation programs. I think one of the opportunities that we have is to think about more specifically or grow your own specifically for some of these areas. And so we're excited to continue to work on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, Pastor Marshall.
Yes, district-wide, how many positions do we have for school psychologists? Total number.
We have an allocation for 32 school psychologists, and ideally we would love to fill all of those with school psychologists that live right here in the Tulsa area. But that's been quite a challenge, I think, for several years for Tulsa. So Presence Learning just provides us an opportunity to, like Mr. Croissant was saying, fill some of those gaps while we're hopefully able to do the more aggressive recruitment techniques that Mr. Fletcher spoke of.
I think one of the things to build on, Ms. Rin's comment is that Presence Learning is a stopgap, but one of the things that it does is in the interim period, it allows for certified individuals to support us in very specific ways. And our hope and desire is always to have employees who are connected to Tulsa Public Schools. But one of our most important things to do is to ensure that we're able to provide the services to each and every student. And that's what this opportunity does. It puts students first and foremost, while we focus on ensuring that we've got local connected people as well.
Okay, so I'm not in this process. I don't know it. I'm just a parent asking questions. So do we anticipate that the teachers will actually be referring the students for testing? Is that how it works? How do we identify students that need to be tested? What individuals are in that space?
Pastor Marshall, the students that we would be referring to Presence Learning are students that are already eligible for special education and have been receiving special education. Every 3 years, we're required to reevaluate a student or to determine if a full assessment is needed in order to continue their eligibility in special education. So the students that we'd be referring to Presence Learning are already eligible. So it would be that reevaluation that we would be considering. So that reevaluation comes up based on a date that 3 years from the previous evaluation. And that process is flagged by the file teacher, and the notification is provided to the school psychologist, who then picks that up and takes that case on to complete the reevaluation. It would be at that point that we see the kiddos' evaluation come due. A conversation at the team level would say, yeah, I think we need to provide an evaluation. I'd like to see where the kid is performing at this point. They would take that on and pass it to get parent consent, and then take that to the school psychologist to begin the assessments.
Currently, how many certified SPED teachers do we have in the district?
Actually, I just did those numbers for Sue Ann Bell, and we're at 329.
And they're spread out across the district?
Yes, ma'am.
I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I think it's my turn. Not seeing any further questions or comments, I will call for the vote. Ms. Schreiber? Aye. Dr. Griffin?
I, with a couple of comments on E. One is we've just discussed with a recommendation that we do an FAQ with an outreach to those parents, and I abstain from E3 for a possible conflict of interest.
Thank you, Dr. Griffin. Ms. Keller?
Aye.
Mr. Croissant?
Aye.
Ms. Barbara Perez?
See.
Pastor Marshall?
I, with the exception of E1.
Thank you, and I. We have 2 items to consider on tonight's action agenda. Item F1, a recommendation to approve contracts with Teachers Council, Inc., and the Law Office of Kevin Michael Riley, effective February 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022, to obtain work visas for international teachers. The cost is $15,000, and the rationale is the district strives to recruit and retain a diverse workforce of quality teachers. Sponsoring international teachers for work visas will facilitate the district's ability to fill difficult to staff vacancies with qualified teachers and will enable the district to retain currently employed teachers who need visa sponsorship to remain authorized to work in the United States. The cost associated with these contracts will cover management and legal fees associated with the process of securing work visas for certified teachers. Although the agreement will extend to June 30th, 2022, the entire $15,000 cost will be encumbered in the current fiscal year. I will now entertain a motion to approve item F1.
Move approval.
Second.
Before board discussion, I will call on our speaker, Mr. John Huffines, who signed up to speak to items F1, F2, and F1 via Zoom. Mr. Huffines?
Mr. Huffines, are you there?
If you will turn your radio
Yes, I am.
down.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I am here.
Okay. Awesome.
I am here.
Okay, thank you. We can hear you. If you'll please address all of your items at this time, you will get a 30-second warning at the end.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And your time begins now.
Thanks. Peace. Yes, peace. Greetings to our Honorable Superintendent, Dr. Gist, our Honorable Madam President, Stacy Woolley, and our Honorable Vice President, Suzanne Schreiber. Thank you to each of our Honorable Tulsa Public School Board members, Honorable staff, team, and IT department. We are grateful for all the teachers and citizens of this great city, Tulsa, Oklahoma. It is a joy to be with you on this 22nd day of February in the year of our loving Lord, Jesus Christ, 2021. Yes, agenda item F1, recommendation. Approve contracts with Teachers Council, Inc. and the Law Office of Kevin Michael Riley, effective February 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2022, to obtain work visas for international teachers. Rationale. The district strives to recruit and retain a diverse workforce. Well, I'm trusting this diverse workforce of quality teachers includes Jesus followers who are comfortable with honoring God and his words of love, the Holy Bible. We are looking at sponsoring international teachers for work visas. And speaking of international teachers reminds me of John 3:16, where we read of God loving the nations, the whole world, and that he gave his only son, Jesus, for those who believe in him to not perish but have eternal life. Agenda item F2, recommendation. Enter into the pricing agreements with the most responsive and responsible vendors to purchase personal protective equipment and items to encourage additional safety measures for the body. The reasoning behind these safety measures is understandable. As we consider additional safety measures, may we also move forward with safety measures that will ensure a sound mind, a healthy soul, and emotions, and help students and teachers rely on the guidance of precious Holy Spirit. A steady flow of encouraging words of hope, love, and joy can bring great peace, stability, and a positive outlook to our children. We are interested in supporting a healthy school environment and creating safe learning environments inside and outside. And right here, I would like to say a big thank you, school leaders, for always doing your best to complete and fulfill everything necessary to provide an excellent learning and teaching experience at TPS. Also, we do well to keep in mind that the quality of our children's and our eternal experience is affected, influenced, and impacted by each decision we make. Furthermore, it may be important that we ensure that we have an adequate on-hand supply of air scrubbers, specialized masks, face shields, etc. It clearly is important that we also have on hand an extensive inventory of Bibles, several translations for each student and teacher. When we have spiritual cleaners on hand, the words of Jesus, it affects every other area positively. And in line with our state constitution, Almighty God, we invoke your guidance. And finally, agenda item G1, rationale. The school site staffing plan is the tool used to provide each school with the instructional, administrative, and supportive staff needed to design the educational experience for students. As the educational experience for our students is designed, we should remember to include the arts, singing, dancing, and the playing of musical instruments when the student body meets in daily chapel services in the honor and worship of God is key in a joyful, vibrantly alive educational experience and will improve the culture in our TPS educational system. Thank you, family.
Thank you, Mr. Huffines. Is there any board discussion? Ms. Schreiber?
Yes. On F2 regarding the shields.
We're still on F1.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Okay. I have no questions.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Griffin? Sorry. You guys are turning on your lights. Ready to vote. Okay. I will now call for the vote. Pastor Marshall?
Aye.
Ms. Barbara Perez?
See.
Mr. Croissant?
Aye.
Ms. Keller?
Aye.
Dr. Griffin?
Aye.
Ms. Schreiber?
Aye.
And aye. Item F2, the recommendation is to enter into pricing agreements with the most responsive and responsible vendors to purchase personal protective equipment, PPE, and items to encourage additional safety measures for the district in accordance with the terms and conditions of various requests for proposal and individual quotes as needed. PPE includes masks, face shields, thermometers, air filters, desk shields, gowns, sanitizer, sanitary wipes, and other PPE as needed to support a healthy school environment. Other items needed to create safe learning environments inside and outside to promote distancing will include outdoor furniture and coverings, air scrubbers, electrostatic sprayers, touchless water filling stations, and other items identified for supporting students returning and staying in in-person learning. The cost is not to exceed $3 million. The rationale is that as the district continues to work to return to and remain in in-person learning, we have identified some additional items that are needed to ensure a continued safe environment for students and staff. As we work to provide additional areas of learning, such as outdoor learning spaces that will be used for mask breaks and collaboration, it is important that we ensure that we have an adequate on-hand supply of air scrubbers, MERV 13 filters, specialized masks, face shields, and desk shields. It is also important that we have an extensive inventory of disinfectant sprays, wipes, and various supplies and cleaning materials to manage the delays in delivery and vendor supply chain shortages caused by the pandemic. Requests for proposals are being issued for items that are expected to exceed $50,000, and competitive quotes are issued for all other items in accordance with board policies. I will now entertain a motion to approve item F2.
Move approval.
I'm about to call on you. We always, that's the order. Before board discussion, I will call on our speaker, Ms. Melissa Remington, who signed up to speak to item F2.
Okay, I guess you guys can go ahead and start that. I am speaking on PPE. I don't know if you guys remember, but back in the fall, we already approved for the actual in-person, the water filling stations. That was actually approved already in that. So I really don't know how that's in here. That's actually already been encumbered as well on that. So we've already paid for that. This isn't very clear on exactly what items are going to be needed. And if there's going to be a real focus on making sure to use the actual local vendors for, these PPE things. We don't want to really use a lot of out of state people knowing where our economy is at right now. The other thing that I also wanted to ask you about is, I don't see a lot of discussion as far as these RFPs and everything like that. Exactly how many items do we have? What makes me really nervous is how many items do we currently have for these teachers? I've heard reports from teachers that they only have one spray bottle, one mask, one this, and we continue to hear those things. Teachers don't feel like they're really that prepared. And it just really concerns me that even though, yes, a lot of us wanted to be in person, we also want to make sure that our teachers are going to be protected with all of this being said. We also need to have a full accountability, and we want to know that this board is going to take it seriously not to exceed the limits for each of these items. So I ask that this board actually ask for more details. Don't just sign off on this because CARES money is being used. CARES money should be also used on things like our substitute teachers. We know that these things are very big concerns right now for our district. I don't see those things happening right now. I don't see them with the PPE, and it makes me really concerned. Are you really prepared? Was there really a plan? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Remington. Is there any discussion, Pastor Marshall? No. Ms. Schreiber?
Yes. So in regards to, I have a couple questions. One, is any of this for expenses that have already been made? Is it all for future expenses?
What was the last part of what you said?
Is it all for future expenses?
Yes. So to be clear, this is definitely not our first purchase of these items. And what we need is to make sure that we have an extensive inventory, that we are fully prepared. Mr. Robles can speak to this, but we keep very close records in terms of what we have available and what is needed. Do you want to add to that, Mr. Robles?
Absolutely, Dr. Giss. Ms. Schreiber, as Dr. Giss mentioned, there's a couple of things here. So there is restocking of PPE that has been utilized by personnel, the team members that have been in the building all along, as well as the agenda item mentions, we're investing on outdoor spaces to create those mask breaks as well as interactions. And we are facing a lot of supply chain issues and delays. So we are bringing this item to make sure that we are getting in front of what we expect to be the utilization rate of different items, so that we have them available and nobody has essentially lack of availability of the different products that we're providing for safety.
Thank you. I guess I'll ask one more specific question and then provide a comment. Regarding the desk shields, I think there's been a lot of confusion, and there's conversations in some classrooms about some kids have those and some don't. And with parents getting ready for the next couple of days and kids going to school, what can they expect and where and how are those decisions made about who's got plexiglass shields and who doesn't?
Thank you, Ms. Schreiber. So we've purchased the shields for all the classrooms based on the ratio of students that are expected to be in person. Those have been delivered to schools. I believe last week we had 3 schools only that we were waiting for the last shipment, and those are being delivered now due to weather. And we have some additional in stock. So if there are schools that need additional shields, we're ready to supply those. And that's what we're purchasing more also to accommodate, what we believe might be the changing number of students that are in person and allow for that flexibility. But every classroom, should have access to the flex shields, and we have a system for teachers to submit the orders for the products that they need, from disinfectants to wipes to anything else, so that we can make them accessible to them.
Excellent. That's great, because I think maybe there was an expectation when we went back to school, and a few people maybe PTAs or something had purchased some, so now they're across the district, and I think that will make people feel really safe. I am glad to see this is an up to amount because as we're predicting that, a lot of people, everyone's going to get is going to be able to have a vaccine by July. I don't want to see us get into a lot of outdoor air filters and things that are going to be obsolete and investing in these. So kind of watching how this unfolds and, continuing to use as much caution as possible in every aspect, but then also not getting a bunch of stuff that's going to end up in a warehouse because everybody got their vaccine and we're getting to a place of herd immunity and we're not going to need something that's going to filter outdoor air anymore.
And Ms. Schreiber, if I may add, that's as the Dr. Gist referenced, we both our purchasing team as well as our facilities team keeps a very detailed log of both items that have been delivered to schools as well as what we purchase. So we're constantly reconciling so that we're not purchasing what's not needed, but we also have sufficient product in stock to address any needs.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Croissant.
About how many weeks or months of supplies? Because I know a lot of these things are like cleaning supplies, masks. They may be temporary, so they're once you use them, they're gone. How many weeks of supplies do we have available? And I know because of supply chain, I mean, anybody who's been to a grocery store can see that the winter weather that we've had has had an impact, as well as the number of people that are utilizing the postal service, Amazon. All of those different things have been problems for everyone across the nation and across the world. So do we know how much as far as what we have, and when are we going to need to resupply some of these important materials?
Thank you, Board Member Croissant. We keep different levels of inventory depending on the product, because some have higher utilization rates than others. We generally have been aiming for 2 to 3 weeks, depending on the product supplies, because that has been sort of what we've been able to replenish without an issue. Part of this agenda item allows us to actually have more supply in some products, so that because we've seen that the supply chain socially has gotten slower, and we don't want to run out of that.
Also, does it have a lot to play with now that we are returning students to school? I know the amount of cleaning supplies is now going to increase dramatically from when it's only one teacher in a classroom. Now you have 20 or more students in that classroom. So part of this is it that we are going to now see with students in the building, there's going to be a lot bigger need as opposed to when we were in distance learning.
We have anticipated sort of a utilization rate by having kids in person, but once we have them, we had a sampling of that in November when we had our students back in person, our youngest ones. So we'll have to adjust, and so we're managing through the supplies to make sure that we are not ever falling short of having products accessible. But a lot is going to be learned once we have all of our students back as to what that utilization rate is for different products and what's needed. But we're monitoring closely. As I said, we are staying on top of it and making sure that our first priority, which is to have the supplies available, is there.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, if a teacher or someone in a building, if they have a need, if there's something that they don't have right now, because I think, that's one thing that we do hear, sometimes is, I don't have this, when am I going to get it? What's the best way for a teacher or someone within a building to reach out to make sure that they have all the supplies that they need?
Yeah, so 2 things that we're doing is, one is continue to make sure that we provide the right information for all of our team members and teachers. Like, for example, the Virex question comes often, the one bottle, that bottle is refilled every day by our custodians, so that the product is there, the bottle is a non-disposable one. But there's a process where there's a form that the teachers have access to, so they can sort of complete whatever they need, and that gets to our team members in facilities, so they deliver then to the school for that teacher.
Thank you.
Board Member Croissant, if at any point in time a teacher doesn't know what to do, they should always go to their school leader. And at the end of the day, if a teacher is dissatisfied, still doesn't understand or have what they need, they can always reach out to Paula Shannon, the deputy superintendent, and I will ensure that they understand and or have what they need.
Thank you. Pastor Marshall?
Just a quick question. I know at the last board meeting, asked a question in reference to the buses, and we said that we were encouraging families that had transportation to bring their young scholars to school. What are we doing though for those that have to ride the buses? How are we keeping the buses secure and cleaned? Are we stocking them with the things that we're talking about or ordering here, the masks, the hand sanitizers, the wipes and things like that? Is that the protocol that we're following?
Yes, Pastor Marshall. So we have a number of safety protocols in the buses. So a bus, after every route, we use electrostatic sprayers. They're sanitized, as the routes are complete. They do it every morning after the route and then the afternoon before taking the kids back home. We have hand sanitizer in the buses. We have disposable masks available if the student, for whatever reason, doesn't or forgets their mask once they're boarding the bus. The bus driver is protected, has the mask and the equipment to be safe. And we have also the products Virex and other, so that they treat the bus in addition to the electrostatic spray with disinfectant. We also have increase the ventilation within the bus, whether permitted, so that there's air circulation when the kids are riding the bus.
And one last question. In talking with some of our educators, some of them have sensitivities to different hand sanitizers and things like that. Some of them I bought some the other day and it was so strong, I had an asthma attack. And so it's my understanding that we do have some teachers that have sensitivities to some of the sanitizers that we've been using and the wipes. So do we have, in this order of things that you have here on this list, do we have something that will be provided in schools where we have teachers who have respiratory sensitivity?
I would say that certainly we would be able to make an adjustment as needed. And if there are folks who have a particular medical sensitivity, for them to talk to their school leader so we can make sure to try to accommodate them. Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you.
Okay. I will now now entertain a motion to approve item. Oh, wait, sorry, I'm backwards. I will now call for the vote. Ms. Schreiber. Aye. Dr. Griffin.
Aye.
Ms. Keller.
Aye.
Mr. Croissant.
Aye.
Ms. Barbara Perez.
See.
Pastor Marshall.
Aye.
And aye. Moving on to the information agenda, I will turn this portion of the meeting over to Superintendent Gist to present the information agenda. Dr. Gist.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, and Tulsans. As a reminder, information items come before the board for their review, full consideration, and discussion, but they will come back to the board as either a consent item or an action item before there is any action taken on them. Those would come to the board at a future meeting. We only have one information item on the agenda tonight. It's going to be presented by our Chief Financial Officer, Norberto Delgadillo. And this is G1, it's around the school site staffing plan. Mr. Delgadillo.
Thank you, Dr. Gist. Good evening, Madam President and members of the board. Item G1 is an annual item that we bring to the board, and it's to adopt the 2021-2022 school site staffing plan that provides the distribution of staff to each school for the instructional, administrative, and support personnel. And so the school site staffing plan is the tool used to provide each school with the instructional allocations needed to start designing the educational experience for students. So the school site staffing allocations for individual sites are based upon the guidelines of the plan and enrollment projections. So the primary components of the staffing plan, including the staffing ratios for the school year, for next school year remain consistent and have not changed compared to the current school year. And every year, once a staffing plan is approved, enrollment projections are inputted into the school site staffing plan, and the resulting staffing allocations are what school site planning teams use during late winter, early spring as part of the annual school planning process to design the school site's master schedule and all the relevant supports for the upcoming year. And so having the approved staffing plan is that important precursor to help schools plan and start preparing for the next school year. So I'll just stop and see if there are any questions.
Board Member Schreiber, do you have a question?
No, I don't. I'm assuming there's some follow on.
Well, since we don't have, this is just our routine annual item, we aren't making major changes this year, then I believe that's the presentation of the item. Okay, and that concludes our information items tonight, Madam President. We only had G1, so we'll turn it back over to you. For just a second.
Yeah.
Do you have a staff report this evening, Dr. Gist?
We do, yes, thank you. We actually have 3 very important staff reports tonight, actually. For our first staff report this evening, our Chief Learning Officer, Dr. Ebony Johnson, members of our team, including teacher leaders, are going to provide an update on the district's work on teaching about Black Wall Street and the Tulsa Race Massacre. I want to just begin by sharing that while I grew up attending Tulsa Public Schools from kindergarten through high school graduation, I, like many Tulsans and many other Americans for that matter, did not learn about the Tulsa Race Massacre until I was an adult. I was teaching and living in Florida in the late 90s when I came to know about the Tulsa Race Massacre. And that was a very, very difficult moment, but I set about educating myself. When I came home to be the superintendent of Tulsa Public Schools, I was so proud to see that our team was already leading on this issue. And together, we have amped that up significantly and are not only doing more in Tulsa, also in Oklahoma and beyond. This is critically important Tulsa history. It is also U.S. history. You will learn that we believe very much also in being explicit about the way in which we address what we do once we understand and know about the history itself. Dr. Johnson, you and your team, our team, impress me every single day. Thank you to all of you. I know you all will enjoy getting to know these leaders and hearing from them tonight. I'm so grateful for the work that they and so many other teachers and team members are doing across the district. I will turn it to you, Dr. Johnson.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gist, and thank you so much for your support as our superintendent. Also to our board, President Woolley, and to our members of the board. Before I get into the presentation, I do want to take an opportunity to recognize our amazing educators who are here today. They had the opportunity to be with us virtually, and I know Mr. Quincy, he had to teach a college course tonight, so he wanted to also be here, but he's with us virtually. And so I just applaud the fact that they worked all day and then they hung out with us this evening. And I just want to talk a little bit about who they are as educators in Tulsa Public Schools. Originally from College Hill, Cincinnati, Ohio, Jason Quincy Robertson has called Tulsa, Oklahoma home for over a decade. A visionary with a creative lens through artistic expression, he capitalizes on favor and skill to enhance one of the world's most ancient forms of fine art, poetry and spoken word. Mr. Quincy studied at the University of Cincinnati, apprenticed in AmeriCorps, traveled the nation since 1997, and performed in over 50 venues in 10 states. Currently, he holds an artist in residency position at Tulsa High School for Fine Arts, that'd be Central, High School for Fine and Performing Arts, where he has worked with Tulsa Public Schools for 7 years. Mr. Quincy has established deep roots in the city, working with artists of all disciplines and all ages, steering an artistic renaissance in Tulsa that encourages highlighting its dark history while honoring the lives and legacy of the Greenwood District and the Tulsa Race Massacre. We'll hear from Mr. Quincy in just a moment. Mr. Joe Nelson. Mr. Nelson, if you could wave at everyone, they can see you. Awesome. A native of Tulsa, Oklahoma. He received his degree from Oral Roberts University, a bachelor's in English literature. After working in Seattle and New York, he returned to Tulsa, where he worked with adults on basic literacy and mentored high school students. He has been teaching 11th grade English at Will Rogers College High School and Tulsa Public Schools for 4 years. So grateful that my child, who's a student of Tulsa Public, was his student last year. In 2018, he attended the first Tulsa Public Schools Tulsa Race Massacre Institute, returning for the following 2 years to deepen his understanding of equity and describe his experience of teaching this history in the classroom. Dr. Tiffany J. Williams is a native of New Orleans, Louisiana. Please wave, Dr. Williams, but has made the city of Tulsa, Oklahoma, her second home after being displaced during Hurricane Katrina. She studied as an undergraduate at Southern Nazarene University, the University of Tulsa, and Miami University of Ohio, where she received her PhD. She has taught in K through 12 and higher education for 7 years and has been a team member of Tulsa Public Schools for 2 years. She currently works at Booker T. Washington High School as the African American Studies and AP US History teacher. Let me just also say that she taught an intro to Black World Studies and Socio-Cultural Foundations in Education for 5 years, and her PhD is in Educational Leadership with a concentration in Leadership, Curriculum, and Culture. Whew. All right. And then Miss Amanda Sullivan, 17 years in education, 10 years as a high school social studies teacher. She was the 2013 Colorado Teacher of the Year, middle school principal and AP in International Studies in Dubai in Colorado, now social studies content manager, and she leads a lot of amazing work on ensuring that our history, all of our history, is blended into our social studies standards. Wanted to make sure that I recognize those awesome individuals and super appreciative of the leadership of Aaron Lester, who serves as our secondary academics executive director. All right. Okay. Thank you so much, team, for being here. Let's get started. Definitely want to start off with an awesome warm welcome from our Mr. Written Quincy. Mr. Quincy, if you can get us kicked off, and then we'll jump on into the PowerPoint.
Yes, ma'am. Is my audio working okay?
Yes.
Okay, my audio is working good. All right, good. Good evening, board members. Good evening, community members. Thank you so much, Dr. Johnson, for having me here today. I hope that this piece resonates with you all, and also a huge shout out to Joe Nelson. We were in the Institute together, so shout out to you, Joe. Question of importance. What's the importance of a question when a lesson's opportune? We overcomplicate often Granny Smiths and nectarines when it's simple. We all come from a tree, black as plum or octoroon. We hum the blues from experimented architecture, same blueprint as cells in classrooms, awaiting cues that's green light. Green denominations, all white faces teach the plight, but those faces know no pain, don't know fight. From black and white pages, don't admit the shame. Sentence structure, style, and grammar can't grasp the saddest beneath the hood, who would set the cross to flames. Fear of sentiment may persist, may place blame, if may names names. There are blanks to fill in. We owe the truth, 1st of June. We owe truth to 1st of June. Truth is owed in every brick and owed to every brick that was lit and lessons boomed. We owe truth to 1st of June. We owe truth, so truth goes plume. Plume goes scented. Winter sends its salutation when spring hints at magnolia's bloom. Even caterpillar acknowledged change when her sense of flight cocoons. Change is sweet as macaroon on punta de lengua de primavera, then summer hums the hymns of late ancestors. Master long been dead, Long been dead, the trial of Dred Scott. America then got off scot-free. Fought shoulder to shoulder with the Apache. There are two sides of every story. Just because it's said, don't mean it's true. Take life in the name of God, don't make it righteous. And if you die, don't mean you lose. We exist on the cusp of wings. Notes of harmony go right, brothers, from orchestra classroom, down the hall, down the wall, mural come to life. A Friday night on Archer and Wood, a class of adolescent creatives step back in awe of what they've painted. They taste almonds, coconuts, sugar, and vanilla. Change is sweet. The 1st of June from Primavera, there's no question of importance. We owe truth, so we teach truth. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ritten Quincy. Our students are blessed to have you as their instructor. Thank you. Tulsa's commitment. The events of the Tulsa Race Massacre is a stain on the history of Tulsa. Decades of silence on the massacre dishonored the dead and halted the healing process for the living. Tulsa Public Schools is committed to ending the silence by providing a safe place for students to reflect on the past, think critically on the present, and learn how to make a future society where all Tulsa citizens share equitable rights, freedoms, and opportunities. The richness of Greenwood culture and the Black Wall Street community and its resilience frame our dialogue. We equip Tulsa students to take civic action for advancing equity and justice. And we embrace our past, reflect on this present, and prepare our students for the future. Ms. Sullivan, you can go to the podium.
So I'd like to speak to you about a timeline where we as Tulsa have moved from silence to action. And in this timeline, we'll review just the steps that we've taken to provide action for our students in the classroom. In 1921, Tulsa started to engage in a conspiracy of the silence, where Tulsans rarely talked about the Tulsa Race Massacre, either in public or in private spheres. It's not until 1997 when the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre Commission convened, sparking interest that was both national and international. News outlets like the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times and the London Times started to print stories about Tulsa's history. In 2001, the final report of the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre Commission was published, and that sparked action in 2002 when we see our Oklahoma Social Studies standards embracing our history in both US and Oklahoma history classes. I want you to note that those are the only grades and courses that the state asks us to teach the Tulsa Race Massacre, which is different than what we consider to be our essential content in Tulsa Public Schools. In 2008, the Tulsa City Council passed a resolution asking for appropriate curriculum to be used in instructing in our courses. There are a myriad of local and state outlets that have been providing instructional materials for our teachers. And in 2017, Senator Kevin Matthews introduced Senate Bill 17, establishing the Tulsa Race Massacre Centennial Commission.
So in 2018, Tulsa Public Schools, our equity team, our teaching and learning team, we worked with Dr. Carlos Hill from the University of Oklahoma to begin establishing what we call the Tulsa Race Massacre Institutes. So the institutes initially spent a week diving into helping to support teachers in how do we teach hard history? How did the teacher and the student identity actually impact what happens in the classroom? The history of race relations in the US, and also diving into the history of the Tulsa Race Massacre. When the Institute started, we had 40 participants the first year, Tulsa Public Schools teachers that were engaged in the work. Mr. Nelson is one of those teachers who's here with us tonight. In 2019, we had 50 participants with 10 champions who joined in for a second year from that first year. And they worked alongside the 50 participants, supporting them in their understanding of the events of the Tulsa Race Massacre and how to teach hard history. In 2020, due to a response of COVID, we shifted our Tulsa Race Massacre Institute online, and we had 4 webinar series. And it was actually a really great event because we had over 400 participants who were able to engage in the webinar. And it wasn't just for teachers in Tulsa or teachers in Oklahoma, but we had folks nationally attend the webinars. This year, we are looking to have between 50 and 60 educators, and we've expanded the length of the Massacre Institute. So we're actually spending 2 weeks this year with those educators, really getting in to understanding what does it mean to teach hard history, what does this mean for Tulsa students, and what does this mean for our community? Sorry. Tulsa has done a lot of work outside of just the institutes. We have teachers that have done incredible work in their classrooms on a local level and also national level. So we have 2 teachers that have participated in the Yale National Initiative. That's Krista Waldron and Chandra Noel. We also have Virginia Ayers that has participated in the Cornerstone Projects. It's a local TPS unit of study available for our teachers to use. We've also begun really creating some exciting lesson plans for our students this year, and we have a number of teachers that are working on the lesson plans and want to acknowledge them. Akila Leach, Emily Harris, Molly Miller, Jennifer Lothar, Tamitra Jameson, and Frederick Smitherman. They're essential to the incredible work that we're doing this year for the commemoration.
So while we're transitioning, I just want to say, and I know Aaron knows this well, but just because not everybody has the context. So on the Yale National Initiative, we actually had lots and lots of teachers be able to participate in the Yale National Initiative and actually travel to Yale University and be a part of that incredible experience. What Ms. Lester is sharing, we do have 2 teachers whose units they developed when they were a part of the Yale Initiative were specifically around Black Wall Street and the race massacre. So just to call that out, because I want to make sure those teachers who are maybe sitting at home watching know that they also participated in the Yale National Initiative. It looks like, are we turning it over to Mr. Nelson? You look so ready. I just anticipated the.
No, actually, I just wanted to say one thing about the Tulsa Race Massacre Institute. And Pastor Marshall, when you were talking about Senator Horner, it reminded me of my own experience. That is part of her legacy. She may not have been there, but that was her legacy. And that's the vision of Dr. Gist and Danielle Neves and I think Mary Jane Snedeker that first year when they brought us together, that we didn't even really know what we were doing. We just knew that we were coming together and we wanted to learn more about the history of our community. And in that room, you had people from this community. We are leading this work. This is Tulsa teachers getting together, wrestling with our own history, wrestling with what it means to reckon with our history. And then how do we talk to our students about that? How do we go into a classroom and have these hard conversations that as adults in our 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s, it's hard for us. And so I just want to say thank you, first of all, just for allowing us to be here to speak to you about this. And I just want to say thank you, Dr. Gist, for giving us that opportunity to all be in that room together and to start something that's really going to be meaningful for our community in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson.
So Joe does such a better job than I could at ever expressing the importance of the institutes. And that's been a foundation of the work that we've been doing on the Tulsa Race Massacre, but we're taking some new steps forward and advancing the work that we're doing. And that's by instructing in K through 12 social studies classes on the Greenwood District and the Tulsa Race Massacre. And in doing so, we want to provide students with grade level appropriate curriculum that really advances in complexity as students get older. We don't want students to just hear the same facts over and over again. Instead, we want them to really grapple with a lot of the questions that we as a city and a state are facing and give them the tools to be able to discuss this and work collaboratively. And so in part of this, we're integrating these lessons with our current social studies curriculum. This year, we adopted excellent curriculum, and we're weaving in subjects that are content that's related to Greenwood and the Tulsa Race Massacre. We've gotten interviews and resources from local historians and community members, such as Dr. Carlos Hill from OU, Hannibal Johnson, Reverend Turner from the Vernon Church, Michelle Brown from the Greenwood Cultural Center, and Dr. Stephen Byers from Northeastern University. We've incorporated several resources from the Oklahoma Historical Society and have gotten feedback also, resources and feedback from the Greenwood Cultural Center. So we know the importance of working with our community in developing these lessons. Our lessons are going to launch in May, but they won't stop there. At the end of May, we'll get feedback from our teachers and we'll continue to develop and grow these lessons and entwine them into our curriculum. So I want to give just a little bit of an overview of what these lessons will entail. How are we going to instruct about this in our social studies classes from kindergarten all the way till 12th grade? In kindergarten, first and second grade, our students will learn about the Greenwood District. This is really when they're starting to learn about communities and what it means to be part of a community. In third grade, they'll have a read aloud from Hannibal Johnson's book, Up From the Ashes. Fourth and fifth grade, our students will learn about the massacre, but they'll focus on the resiliency and the richness of the Greenwood community. In sixth grade, they'll look at the gentrification of Greenwood. In seventh grade, recovering from the economic loss of the massacre. And in eighth grade, they'll look at racial terror. How's violence been used in order to uphold white supremacy, and using the Tulsa Race Massacre as a case study. In Oklahoma history, they'll use curriculum from the DBQ project. That's the name of a curriculum company that has produced a lesson on the causes of the Tulsa Race Massacre. This curriculum was designed with our teacher input, and we've been credited for that in the curriculum as it's been published, which is really exciting. In US history, our students will look at how do we use the story of our history for healing? How do we acknowledge it? In world history, we'll look at how has Tulsa made amends and what additional steps may it need to take in order to heal from the Tulsa Race Massacre. And lastly, in our government classes, we'll look at a channel of reparations with the Tulsa Race Massacre as a case study. Of course, there are a myriad of other resources that our teachers use, including Black Wall Street Minecraft. So in doing this, and making sure that our teachers are prepared to talk about this hard history, we need to do some professional learning. So our teachers are going to be engaging in that in hard history and in lesson internalization in grades 3 through 12. And I'd like Dr. Williams to come up and speak about the why this is important.
Good evening. I'm sure you've all heard the myriad ways that we will approach the curriculum through the lesson plans and all of the people in our community that we're bringing together to make this project a reality. But I wanted to speak a moment about the why. Why is this project important? Equity in education is one of the core values that we hold here in Tulsa Public Schools. We call upon ourselves to celebrate the diversity, equity, and inclusion as a community treasure. by examining bias and unfair practices. This is not always an easy thing. I believe as we move forward towards collective healing in our city, we must settle with the fact that in education, all of Tulsa's history needs to be brought to the forefront. As an educator, I know it's difficult for us to engage students as a teacher in difficult and complicated conversations. But it is my commitment, as well as my team with Equity in Education, to move aside and set aside our own angst and engage our student in such a meaningful way through the process of critical self-reflection. And it is through these processes of study and dialogue that we seek to find and create new ways of meaning and make sense of these things that we have before us. We're able to find ways to connect. We're able to make sense of all of these things that lead towards a call of action and civic engagement. I believe that this project is our commitment in honoring the richness to Greenwood and to Black Wall Street, naming the atrocities of the Tulsa Race Massacre, and dispelling the myth that Tulsa seeks to continue in its culture of silence. In these ways, we become an example to other cities with similar histories nationally on how practical steps can be made towards healing through education as its driving force. Thank you.
So as part of our professional learning, we're going to have two parts. The first is that we are going to be working with teachers on exactly what Dr. Williams was just talking about, learning how to talk about this hard history, learning how to deal with it ourselves, but learning what it means to bring ourselves into the classroom. This is where we learn about those things. The second part is she mentioned being an example to the rest of the world. And one of the ways that we need to do that is part two. We have the lessons that Ms. Sullivan has gone through, and she has really developed these incredible lessons. So as teachers, Dr. Williams and I are going to model those for other teachers to show them how you have these conversations in a classroom. How do you have discourse with students? How do you model it? We're going to be working with, I believe, ninth grade world history teachers. Ninth grade world history teachers, and we're going to be working with them as we model for them, as we coach them through what it means to have these conversations, how to move through this material in a way that leaves our students not only appreciative that all history is being told, but they also understand how to enter a dialogue that may not have easy answers, may not have conclusion. And through that modeling, we're not only going to bring it to TPS, we're also going to be bringing it to a national audience that we are still working on how to model this for the other communities that Dr. Williams talked about. So I'll let Ms. Sullivan go from here.
I feel like you have a moment to see why Mr. Nelson and Dr. Williams are two teachers who are really going to be engaging, because they not only enamor us, but definitely students. And so we feel that strength and that power. The lessons that they're going to be modeling are going to live on an educator-facing website that is coming. Tulsa has an opportunity to lead, not just within the state of Oklahoma, but within the nation. And so we want to house a lot of the work that we've been doing, whether it's videos, the lessons from our Yale Institute scholars, the K through 12 lessons. We'll have all of the materials readily available for educators to be able to use. We also want to make sure that our students and teachers have an ability to experience how to have dialogue about the Tulsa Race Massacre, not just in social studies classes, but in their English and fine arts classes as well. So we have requested that our content managers of those subject areas also provide some videos and some resources that teachers can use. We've worked with community partners like the Oklahoma Historical Society, and they've created videos for us that help to guide teachers to resources that they have on their website. So overall, we have a myriad of resources that are available for teachers. And teachers are one space, but what about our families? We also have to have a website for our families to be able to reference and use. So we're going to provide information to families on how do you have critical conversations about race with your children, family activities so that they can learn together about the Tulsa Race Massacre. The Greenwood Cultural Center has started to develop some of these lessons, and we'll link our families to their resources. Also, links to all of the activities that are going to be happening in Tulsa and in the state commemorating the massacre. And lastly, resources for our families to learn more about the massacre itself. We do have a variety of community partnerships that we've been doing this work with. The Tulsa Race Massacre Commission, we're partnering for the 2021 two-week Tulsa Race Massacre Institute. The Greenwood Cultural Center has provided us a great deal of support. They've given us resources, interviews, and feedback on our Tulsa Race Massacre lessons. We're also partnering with them on the 1921 Greenwood Academic Bowl. The Gilcrease Museum has recently gotten part of the Eddie Fay Gates collection. We'll be integrating those resources into our social studies lessons when they come available. And they're also doing a summer institute, so we're collaborating with them on that. As I was saying earlier, the Oklahoma Historical Society has a wide variety of resources for educators. We're integrating those into our lessons, and we'll be linking that to our website. The Vernon AME Church has provided an interview for a Tulsa Race Massacre lessons. Lastly, we just want to note how many organizations have done a great deal of work in developing instructional materials on the Tulsa Race Massacre. The John Hope Franklin Center has resources available to educators, field trips for families and for students. Greenwood Rising, which is developing very soon, state-of-the-art history center, and we hope to partner with them on several endeavors. And the Tulsa Public Library has several resources available for educators as well. We're doing a lot of work, and we're excited to talk and answer any of the questions that you have, and we have a lot of team members here that are ready to answer any of the questions that you may have.
Pastor Marshall.
I'd like to say, Mr. Nelson, I share your enthusiasm because indeed, Senator Horner was focused on a different type of Tulsa. In fact, to be better, we must do better. And to do better, we must learn the hard lessons, steeped in truth. And so to see the enthusiasm of this group, the background, the things that they've gone through, the extent of the research and the collaboration, I'm excited. And to see you come up, because oftentimes we have presentations and they're kind of blah, blah. But to see the passion, sometimes people think passion is a bad word. But when you're embracing this type of history that has caused damage, which has torn a city apart, that we're still grappling with, when we talk about grappling with the facts 100 years later, but you can come up as a group collectively and demonstrate that passion and zest for bringing truth out and encouraging young minds that will be the future of this city. While at the same time, you can't encourage them unless we embrace the lesson. So I just want to thank you for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Marshall. Dr. Griffin.
It's too bad that these kind of discussions. Well, let me ask you a fundamental question. What kind of philosophies do you have on your curriculum committee? Do you have more than one viewpoint presented?
Absolutely. It's really essential that our students look at a myriad of resources, and we ask students that question when they look at them. Who is the author? What is their perspective? Our job is
your curriculum committee that is developing this curriculum.
Yes.
What other viewpoints do you have?
We have a variety of backgrounds in those committees, and then we're making sure that our lessons will have a variety of viewpoints and how they're facing things. For example, reparations. What are different perspectives on what is a reparation and what should be done? So our students have an opportunity to weigh in different perspectives and make some choices for themselves.
Would you say this thing's grounded in critical race theory?
I think that this is grounded in a variety of different historical viewpoints, and we're making sure that those historical viewpoints are accessible to our students.
The event in 1921 has to have context. I don't think we can teach one event within a time frame of months or weeks. Do you go before what led up to this, not just in Tulsa, but nationally, and where we've gone since then, or is it just the focus on the Greenwood massacre?
No, we focus on people of African descent coming to Oklahoma, the development of the Greenwood district. We'll look at the massacre itself, the resiliency of the Greenwood community, where Greenwood is at today, and how we need to grapple with the legacy of the Tulsa Race Massacre. K through 12, our students will look at a wide variety of questions. So it's not just regurgitating the same facts of the massacre.
Discuss World War I and its impact.
Yes, sir.
Do you discuss the event itself of the alleged elevator operator and the shoe shine person?
Yes, sir.
In what context?
We'll look at a variety of sources that would talk about the events that happened at that time, what we believe, what students believe would happen, and then the causes of the massacre itself and the short-term and long-term consequences.
I mean, if you read, and there's not much to read in the Tribune or the World of those times, but there were people that were white people and black people that were outraged at what was happening. And even the sheriff at the time, I don't remember the boy's name, took efforts to protect him from the supposedly lynch mob. So I'm concerned about who's on your curriculum committee. And when I say viewpoint, I'm trying to talk about this as a scholar, not as, but this becomes very political very fast. This becomes very liberal versus conservative very fast. So I want to make sure we keep the context as historical and it's framed. Nothing started with World War I, but when the African Americans returned from World War I, there was high expectations that they'd given their lives for the country and that they were going to be recognized as free people. And when events in Cincinnati and Cleveland, it wasn't just Tulsa that was having these problems. And I think to zero in on Tulsa without teaching other people that this was a wider social conflict that went up, and you can't just stop with 1921 or 1922. The critical race theorist will tell you that what happened is we were making great progress in the 60s and all of a sudden something stopped, and they don't know why it stopped. If you look at the Freedom Riders, Freedom Summer, those were high anticipation events that we were going to have real change in this country. But for some reason, something stopped. And what I'm also concerned about is when you start talking about kindergartners and to third graders is that we're doing indoctrination and not teaching. We should be teaching kindergartners to third graders how to read and write and arithmetic and not indoctrinating them into whatever philosophy we believe. I don't know how well developed this curriculum is, whether it's at the stage yet to where you can still take input. I would love to have it shared with the board.
So to answer your question, yes, events of national catalysts nationally and locally will be discussed. So you were inferring a variety of events related to the 1921 Red Summer, and that will certainly be covered. if we're looking at kindergarten, first and second grade, we know our students, and we're not in a space where we need to talk about the violence yet of the Tulsa Race Massacre. So they'll be looking at kindergarten, for example, starts to study what is a community. And so we'll use Greenwood as an example of a community. And that's how we'll start to talk about the richness of the Greenwood culture.
And I think one of your speakers mentioned this, and I relate to Dr. Gist, that the problem we have is this was never taught. I never heard about it. I was a police officer in 1966, and we never discussed it in rookery school. You would think that would be an event since the police and the sheriff was involved, that they would teach young police officers, because a few months later we were patrolling the Greenwood district. We were interacting with the community, and there was nothing. I don't even know whether I learned about it in the 90s. I'm not sure when I learned about it. So we're trying to go back and correct errors of not. I think if it would have been taught over the years, we probably wouldn't be at this position now where we had to make the focus on it. So do you have parents involved on your curriculum committee?
Not yet, but we are getting feedback from the Greenwood Cultural Center, and that's one way that we're gaining feedback from the community.
Do you have parents with different viewpoints?
We also have parents that are teachers within Tulsa, and so we would have both the parent perspective and the teacher perspective.
You're familiar with George Will?
No.
No George Will?
No.
The conservative editorialist who writes? And he's
No,
very
sir.
anti-critical race theory. So I think we need all sorts of political viewpoints on this curriculum committee too, that we get a balanced view, that we make it historical, that we put it in context. And I mean, you could go back to 1619 or wherever you want to. I think starting with World War II makes more sense. People can relate. That's just a few years before 1921, and that we try and find out, if we, especially high schoolers, college graduates can't relate to this discussion without debate. So younger grades, I can't. In high school, I think it's a very important discussion to have. Elevate the context, but if you don't have the context of where did it stall out, what happened in the 60s, what happened to the Freedom Riders, what happened to the Freedom Summer, those kinds of things, it loses. It's just an event. So that's my comments, and I'd love to see your curriculum.
One thing that you can be assured of is that every one of these grades has their own standards and their own curriculum. And so we're working to weave this into topics that we already have. So for example, if we're looking at sixth grade has an entire unit on gentrification. The unit on gentrification looks at the gentrification of Vancouver, British Columbia. Instead, we'll be looking at issues of gentrification here in Tulsa. So we're tapping into as many opportunities that we can so that they're able to relate it to the current standards and current curriculum, and then make some very local connections.
I'm almost feeling this whole discussion, and I'm not talking about this discussion tonight, that we've left out the 1907 and the forming of Oklahoma and the American Indians and what happened to them. It's like they don't exist in 1921. We have to teach multiculturalism at the same time as we teach the focus on this. So I would invite you to explore the other races and ethnic groups that were tangent to this. So
Dr. Griffin, I think that's a great point. And my point would be that as a Native American student who never learned accurate Native American history in the United States, something only becomes political when it is from the perspective of the minority who has been persecuted. This is not, in my opinion, a political conversation. It's not liberal or conservative. It's teaching real history. And that's what we're called to do, create critical thinkers. And as we continue to give different vantage points of history, they're called then to reflect on that. But in my opinion, there's nothing political about this. This is a fact. We have facts about what happened during the race massacre. And my older children were never taught those facts. I was not taught those facts. The only place I learned about my own Native American culture was certainly not from textbooks that are in our kids' classrooms right now. And we have to make sure that we are teaching history that shows our students that they are valuable, not just the history that white men have written. Pastor Marshall.
Again, I just want to thank you for Chief Johnson, this report, but I also wanted to interject and ask, because certainly I would not even presume to try to tell you the right curriculum, but I wanted to ask if you all have a copy of the history of Mount Zion Baptist Church. Is that a part of what you teach? If not, I would encourage you, or I can share mine with you. I have the history from the Oklahoma Historical Society. When you spoke of resilience, that story, I grew up in Mount Zion Baptist Church. They were a brand new congregation in a building with an $80,000 mortgage. And we grew up hearing the story about the Joash chest and how they went ahead when people around the world were saying file bankruptcy, but they paid off their debt. So it's sort of like, I think I can, I think I can, I know I can. And so many times our children hear the negatives. You're from a marginalized school, a marginalized community. You can only go this far. And so when we have a history of where our ancestors made it and that resilience was there, I would suggest, if you have not read it, because it's an extensive history that they submitted to the Oklahoma Historical Society. And it was well researched as well.
Thank
We
you, Pastor
welcome
Marshall.
that. We would love any of the sources that you have so that we make sure we have a complete story. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Marshall, so much for that additional resource. I think one of the many things, and Mr. Nelson referenced this, that we've learned, and the scholars on our team know so much about the importance of teaching hard history in a way that invites those discussions. And through the Race Massacre Institute, we've learned a lot about that from firsthand experience about how to do that. One of the things that I appreciate so much about this team and the people in our district is how much attention is paid to the importance of viewpoints, of discussion, of dialogue with students, and also the use of primary source documents as well as secondary source documents, but helping our students to read critically. I do want to just be really clear about a couple of things. One is that and it's particularly, we're sitting here in Black History Month. Why do we need Black History Month? There is a missing perspective, multiple missing perspectives from the history that has been taught to us for hundreds of years. And so we want to make sure that we are accurate, that we are engaging, that we are teaching our students to think critically, and that we are offering them materials, but we also are not going to shy away from the fact that we are going to bring critical and powerful, bring a racially aware lens to this context and to this. We are not going to flinch away from that because this is our history and we are here to address it and to make sure that our students leave our schools not just knowledgeable about the history and the facts that surround it, but also aware, as I said in my introduction, of what people need to understand about history in order to move forward as a society. So I think that's an important piece as well. Board Member Schreiber.
Well, I didn't exactly finish, so thank you for interrupting me. Let me say, I applaud what you're doing, but as a scholar, I have to be a critic too, and I think it's this board's job to be a critic. We have two historians We have an American Indian, we have a Hispanic, we have an African American. We have a very diverse board. And if we don't give you different opinions and different ideas, then we're not doing our job. So anybody can applaud, but you need critics. You need internal critics. And as I tell my students, you need to be your own worst critic. You need to look at that with the lens of scholarship. Whatever you're doing, it doesn't matter whether it's the Tulsa Race Massacre or whether it's something else. So don't misinterpret my comments to be not supportive of you. But I think this board has so much to offer with its, this is probably the most diverse board we've ever had. And we talk about equity, but if we don't bring the American Indians, the Hispanics, and everybody else in the discussion, it's not equity anymore. So.
Thank you, Dr. Griffin. I do want to just be really clear that we're here tonight to talk about the Tulsa Race Massacre and the Black Wall Street curriculum specifically. We were not here tonight to talk about the whole breadth of the rigorous and robust social studies curriculum that we have in the district. And you are completely correct that there's so much more context that goes into this and history that represents every student in our district. So there's no question about that. And we would love to come back. I know the team would love to come back and talk more about the work that's happening throughout aspects of our curriculum in social studies and beyond. Board Member Schreiber.
I just want to echo Board Member Woolley's remarks. And also, like Pastor Marshall, I would never presume to suggest what I think the curriculum should be. I don't feel myself a capable critic of that in any way. I feel like that's your training, that's your expertise, and you're putting together a curriculum based on facts. And to use the words tonight about concerns about indoctrination, I don't think represents certainly any concerns of mine or probably many of my fellow board members. That's concerning to me to talk about teaching history and facts, and there's a concern about indoctrination. I reject those kind of concerns. I appreciate what you all are doing, and I think it would be awesome if the board itself could engage in the institute at some point or any portion of the curriculum, because I was in law school when the reparations conversation was happening and we were learning about it, but I was engaged probably as I should have been in learning all about it. And so really, I think any of us could benefit from that curriculum because, like we said, none of us really had it at the time. So thank you all for what you're doing, and just want to reiterate that history is facts. And when we look at it from the broad perspective, we see not what has been written, which was this was a purposeful cover-up. Of course, there's not very much in the Tulsa Tribune or the papers at the time, because the conversation was to put that aside and not report what actually happened.
Board Member Croissant.
I think this has been a very good discussion, and I just want to say it's about time. I went to Jinx East, just not to put anything bad, but in the 90s when I learned about the Tulsa Race Massacre at Jinx East in middle school, it was amazing to me. It was amazing to know that the neighborhood that I grew up was Arenty Grove, was a Black community that had a Zion Baptist church, that had a school, that had a cemetery, that we had many communities like that across the state. And it was amazing to me to learn later that other students like myself at Jinx East weren't learning about this in Tulsa Public Schools. To learn, from Hannibal Johnson after leaving Tulsa Public Schools, from Randy Kriebel's book, that kind of look at the different aspects of things. I'm so excited that we've had our teachers create a curriculum. This isn't somebody from somewhere else. This isn't a group of people that are just randomly select. No, these are our professional social studies teachers. Actually, this is one of the moments where I feel awful leaving in 2018 when we started this, because I wish I could be in the classroom. back at my 6th grade geography teaching this stuff, because I taught about Native Americans. I taught about the things that were going on in America because I taught Western Hemisphere geography. And so to have these resources, the DBQs, which they give two sides of the story. It may be a Tulsa World article. It may be another article in a traditionally Black newspaper telling two totally different stories of the exact same thing. And then being able to have that discussion and having a way to do it in a way that I know other teachers have created, that they've seen what works in their classrooms and they're sharing that with other people. I don't see a better way of creating a type of curriculum that not only are we going to use here, but then we're going to share it. We're going to say, hey, look at what we have done as a school district, our professionals, our families, our kids, and we're going to share that with the rest of the world so that we can be better people. It's not political. I do appreciate those comments. I don't think it is. I think we can look at it from a perspective of, you know, my grandfather was born in 1921 at 11th and Delaware, you know, not that far away. My great-grandfather built warehouses just a few blocks from Greenwood in the Pearl District. To know that my family goes back to that time and to know that there are things that I would like to know about my own history that coincides with this. I just think it's good for people to look and to see where we came from and to know where we're going and to have these conversations, because not talking about it for 100 years, going to a school in TPS for 100 years and not having these conversations, I think is a bigger travesty. And so I applaud all that you guys have done. I'm so excited to see this curriculum, and I'm so excited that my son is going to have an opportunity to be a part of this discussion. And as a debate kid, I'm sure he will have a lot of discussion on it, but I'm just really excited. And I want to thank every one of you that have come here, that are teachers that have helped put this together. A lot of my friends have been a part of this, and I'm just really excited. I can't tell you how excited I am for our students to get an opportunity to be a part of this.
Thank you, Board Member Croissant. Board Member Keller.
Thank you. I promise I will be super short. And to defend TPS in the 90s, we did learn it.
Yeah, I was going to say I'm older than Board Member Croissant. I thank you, Board Member Croissant. But yeah, this was 70s and 80s. But
Anyway, I can throw some shade, you know, into the conversation.
I just want to say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for having these hard conversations. Thank you for teaching history teachers like me how to have these hard conversations, because it's not easy. It's not easy to get started, and it's not easy to continue. So thank you all for your very diligent and exceptional work on that front. And as a history teacher, I can absolutely see where it fits in seamlessly to a curriculum and how it can be expanded and it be used as a point of reference for several things throughout teaching history. So I applaud your commitment to weaving it into the curriculum and to finding extra ways to use it instead of just having it as a standalone unit or adding more to teachers' plates. So thank you, thank you, thank you, and thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Keller. Board Member Barbara Perez.
Yes, I just want to comment, like as a board perspective, this is awesome. I don't know another word. Sorry, my vocabulary is limited. This is adequate, inclusive, and this is the best for our families, our students, and our community in general. I'm really excited for this. And as a perspective, as an immigrant, as a Latina, when I came here in 2015, this event, the Tulsa Race Massacre, was one of the first things that I learned. Just asking friends, just going to downtown. That was one of the first things that I learned. And do you know what people tell me? Don't mention it. Don't tell anybody. And I'm like, why? I didn't listen. I kept asking. And then that's when I came to the bottom of everything. And for me, I'm really excited, like Board Member Croissant said, for my daughter to grow up in Tulsa and attend a TPS, because she's going to learn a lot. And I'm just excited in general. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Barbara Perez. Pastor Marshall.
Just wanted to say one quick thing. A few years ago, we had the naming of several schools, and one of them was Jackson Elementary. And one of the people that served on the naming committee was a Native American female who had been at Jackson, I think about 16 years. And I don't know if you all remember, one of the things that she said was that she had been going to that school every day, 5 days a week to teach, and she felt invisible because nobody recognized the pain she felt having to look at the name of that school and think back to the history of what was done to Native Americans by Jackson. And so I said that to say that over these 100 years for African Americans, and I can only speak for African Americans, we have lived in this city. We have given birth to our children and they've grown in this city, and we have walked around feeling that our pain and our history, and as individuals, we were invisible. So this district moving in this direction is a way of saying that we recognize the pain, we recognize the history, and we understand how vital it is to the growth of everyone, not just African Americans, but for everyone, that we can move forward and be better and do better. So again, and I'm not going to say anything else tonight, I thank you all.
Thank you, Pastor Marshall, and everyone on the board. I think it's been a really robust discussion and we welcome it. This is, in a way, kind of an example of having hard conversations about these topics. And I think that we all look forward to continuing that and continuing to lead. To our team, Ms. Lester, this board, you're not new to them. They've seen your excellent work before. Thank you for your leadership. I'm so glad also that Danielle Nev's name was mentioned because she's been critical to this work. So thank you. I can't remember who mentioned her name, but I'm grateful for that. Amanda, the board probably doesn't know you, and I think now is walking away just wildly impressed with who we have leading social studies development work in our district. So thank you. To our teachers, Mr. Quincy, who is here, does such an amazing job, who is demonstrating how this is across the curriculum and not just something that's confined to social studies. And then, of course, Dr. Williams and Mr. Nelson as such incredible, stellar examples of the caliber of teachers we have in this district. I have the privilege of meeting with this team once a week, at least, once a week, actually, sometimes more. And frequently, it's one of my very favorite things to see on my calendar. I am impressed every single time we come together and excited about what we're doing together on behalf of Tulsa, the country, our students, our families. It's really awesome work. Dr. Johnson, you're a gem. It's an honor to work with you. Thank you. And with that, I believe, unless Dr. Johnson, you have anything else to share, that concludes this particular staff report. Thank you, team. Our second staff report this evening is our district's mid-year performance report. I'm going to hand this off to our Deputy Superintendent, Paula Shannon, in just a moment. But first, I actually want to brag about this team as well. We didn't have a focus on data 6 years ago the way we do now. We had the beginning of what has, with a whole lot of work, since then given us critically important information about how we're doing as a district. The state, the city, and the district may not have even known our graduation rate 6 years ago when I began transitioning into the superintendency. But the turnaround has been dramatic. We are now national leaders in this area as well. Our board has led for the last few years on this, and we all have used data about student performance in order to focus, in order to improve, and to celebrate, I will add, because there's certainly good news within our data as well. Our teachers and our school leaders have embraced the power of this information, and we all now understand where we are and where we're going, including the ways in which we must ensure greater equity for all students in our district. Again, data we didn't even have and use in the past. Last spring and this school year, as we have managed through the pandemic, we have had to make significant shifts, of course, and that has meant that our quarterly reports look a little different. So we're here tonight to present a quarterly report. Our drive and our organization to use data as information and to create knowledge and action, along with our ability to quickly pivot, means that we have to have consistent information about our work, even during the times of COVID, which is why last summer, before we even knew where we were going to be, we made sure that the data that we're going to share with you on a regular basis, and the data that we were going to track even more closely than that, was going to be determined and then collected, so that even though we knew that some of our traditional measures and the way that we report on our performance quarterly to you publicly and then on a very regular basis daily within the district, we were going to have to make those shifts. So with gratitude, with enthusiasm, I'm going to turn it over to our Deputy Superintendent, Paula Shannon, along with the amazing Sean Bergstresser, who was representing our data team tonight. Ms. Shannon.
Thank you, Dr. Gist, for that very warm welcome for our mid-year report. Sean and I will dive in expediently and give you the high-level summary that we believe you need to understand to make sense of where we've been this year, as we have made lots of changes to what we measure. The goals of this report are to explain our district scorecard and its purpose. We don't want to lose track of that. Lots of hard work occurred, and that has anchored us over the past 5 years. We want to summarize key measures we're tracking during this school year, given the pandemic and the changes we've had to make, as Dr. Gist explained. And we want to provide an overview of what we've learned about the student experiences during the first half of the school year and how we're responding. When we get this report to you at the end of our meeting this evening, you'll find a set of data slides in the appendix. We're not going to dive into data slides. Rather, we're going to provide the findings and insights that we've gleaned as we've worked with our teams, both at the district office as well as our school-based teams to make sense out of our journey together. So I'm going to hand off to Executive Director Bergstresser. He's going to walk us through our district scorecard, remind us of our process there, and then describe the measures that we're staying anchored in this school year through our data shield. And then I'll share those findings and insights and actions that we are taking to serve each and every one of our students to the best of our ability during the pandemic. If you would, I know that you will likely have many questions. If you could capture those questions, we would love to come back to them at the end of the presentation. Sean, I'll hand over to you.
Great, thank you, Paula. Good evening, Dr. Gist and board members. So this slide should not be a surprise. It's something that we've developed and reported on consistently alongside Destination Excellence. But just wanted to kind of remind everybody of our scorecard, our Destination Excellence scorecard, which really is meant to serve as a tool that helps us stay grounded in what we're trying to accomplish and create together in Tulsa Public Schools. So if we could go to the next slide. We actually have specific measures that we report every year through the scorecard process. And again, these are meant to help us answer really critical questions about our district, our students graduating TPS, ready for the next step in their lives? Are they college, career, and life ready? You know, along the way, as kids are progressing through our system, are they achieving? Are they growing academically? What are we learning as they're progressing through TPS? Are we creating the types of school climates and environments that are conducive to student success? Are they coming to school and engaging? And then the organizational health section, are employees supported? Do they feel successful in their careers with TPS? So, you know, you might remember back in September, we presented results from last year and saw that 8 of the 11 measures that we had available were actually trending up in the right direction. And again, this is the scorecard that we really try and use to have a clear, consistent way of tracking our progress over time. Also tied to our district goal setting processes. So again, in a typical school year, principals work with their staffs. They look at their baseline data. They see, you know, what progress they made. They think about the initiatives and investments that they're making for their schools, and they create individual targets for each of these measures that then roll up to create the district overall goal. So again, wanted to just kind of ground in this as the framework for how we set common measurement and goal setting practices across the districts to really understand our progress. All of that said, we've had to make changes this year, and wanted to kind of give an overview over the next few slides of how these adaptations have really looked in our system. So as everybody knows, it was almost 1 calendar year ago that the 1920 school year ended, in person, at least for our students across Oklahoma. We didn't have spring assessments. There were several data collection efforts that did not occur in the spring. And we've had continued challenges in the fall of the 2021 school year so far. So we haven't had the ability to assess all of our students district-wide in our NWEA MAP measures. We have different measures this year for attendance, right? So when we think about how kids engage from a distance learning perspective, tracking attendance is very different than just seeing if they're in their seats in the classroom. And then district-wide implementation of new systems, new online curriculum, that's required quite a bit of learning for our staff members and how to effectively engage and leverage these resources. It also means that standing up all of the data pulls and understanding of what metrics matter the most and how we can kind of make these consistent across systems has been a really large effort. But what that's led to is that we've really had to rethink for the beginning of the 2021 school year so far, we've had to rethink what measures we do use to really inform consistently what we're seeing across all of our schools. So I'll look into these on the next few slides. Although TPS is obviously adapting and working hard to support students, our students and families are also persisting through very challenging times. Obviously, their educational experiences are a large part of their lives, but it's by no means all of their lives. So the types of conversations the board has had over the last several months have really touched on several of these topics that you see on this slide. But, social and emotional well-being, isolation, physical health, like all of these types of things that we know our students have dealt with in the past have really been exacerbated during the pandemic. So the response really was to organize across the system with a different set of key measures this year that will be really relevant and consistent to support students the best we can. And we're calling this the Student Data Shield. So in many ways, this has actually replaced the scorecard in the way that we use this across the system for the first semester of this school year. Online engagement, our students logging in regularly and accessing content. Attendance, not only are kids logging in, but are they actually completing instructional activities? Are they progressing through the assignments that their teachers have for them? Grades, especially in a year like this, grades have been the most consistent indicator of academic progress that we have, common to all students, regardless of grade level, subject, school. So we've really doubled down on supporting teachers, school staff, and understanding student grades this year and what those look like. A new process that we launched in the spring and then have invested in even more fully this year is capturing individual wellness logs. So these are interactions between teachers, support staff, and specific students and their family members to really capture additional context for what support students might need, what challenges they have going on in their lives. And this helps us, this is a data set that helps us understand system level supports. For example, Care and Connect was an initiative that was very informed by the type of understanding we had from wellness logs about what services and supports were really needed for families. And then tracking student dropouts and really trying to predict based on some of these other indicators like online engagement, declining attendance, trying to have a very keen sense for which students are on the track towards disengaging and ultimately leaving the system so that we can provide very targeted interventions and outreach for these students. So there's been a lot of work to do this and support infrastructure built out to help deliver these data points to schools and district office network support teams. But that's really what we're grounding in. So I kind of wanted to introduce that in context with our longer term district scorecard that you're all familiar with. And I'll hand it off to Paula to discuss what these data points actually look like so far in the school year.
Thank you, Sean. And one thing that I do want to note, we've spent a lot of time as we moved from the summer into the launch of the school year, looking at how we could organize ourselves to support our school-based staff. So Sean mentioned network support teams. With the board's support, we've invested in different positions at the district office that serve schools directly. So every instructional leadership director has a team around them. They work with the instructional leadership director and school leadership teams to actually help schools be responsive to the supports that they need, the services that data shows us that students need, and challenges that they face. So we've moved from providing NWEA map data to schools 3 times a year to looking at the measures on the data shield and providing schools weekly data updates that help them and network support teams actually target supports to specific students. So from a disrupting inequity standpoint, we have a ways to go, but we are doing a much better job of leading with equity to understand which students face which challenges and to make intentional decisions about how we allocate those resources and supports to students directly. And we're able to now do that through short cycles of continuous improvement using data in partnership with our school teams. That is a gigantic step forward from where we were 6 years ago, as Dr. Gist said, when we were having a hard time understanding what the graduation rate was. So as we dive into our results, this is what our school-based teams in collaboration with their network support teams have been relentlessly focused on since we launched the school year in late August. So on the front of online engagement, schools have supported families in using technology needed for distance learning. Over 10,000 hotspots and 25,000 Chromebooks have been distributed. Because they've been distributed doesn't mean students and families necessarily know how to use them well. That's where our wellness teams come in. In a typical week, we're seeing 82 to 83% of students logging in regularly, although Black and Pacific Islander students are logging in at lower rates. So we know that we have disparities and that we have to continue to support our different student groups. Attendance is based on student completion of instructional activities. So big shout out to our team who at the forefront of figuring out attendance as we moved into the school year and knew that we would be in and out of distance learning. Huge shout out to our team and for this board for being bold in taking a risk and measuring attendance differently. It can be cumbersome. It's challenged all of us, but it is a very different way of looking at attendance that strove to prevent inequities from the beginning of the approach. Many of our colleagues around the country are watching us to see how this plays out, and longingly wish that they were doing the same. Cumulative attendance through early February is 80.7%. That is down from what it typically is. And gaps between student subgroups mirror previous years. When we look at grades, similar to local comparisons and national trends, we're seeing more grade failures than in previous years. I'll talk more about this in a few slides. However, nearly 2,000 students with failing grades in mid-January completed the first semester with no failing grades. That is 2,000 more students than otherwise would have achieved that without the semester extension. When we look at wellness, and particularly when we're looking at these wellness measures, we're being very intentional about keeping track of the students who need targeted and intensive supports. More than 24,000 wellness logs have occurred this year. Attendance concerns and technology assistance were the primary logs for much of the year, but in January, academic-related logs became more common. So we focused a great deal on access to technology and on attendance, logging into the system and engaging each day, as we then shifted in January to actually supporting students with their performance. That became the bigger issue. And finally, dropouts. Approximately 1,800 recent dropouts were identified in large part through the week-to-week tracking of attendance, and those wellness logs were identified and prioritized for re-engagement during January. So let's dive a little bit deeper and let's talk about online engagement and attendance. When we look week to week at the different data points, here's what we're learning. Middle grades have the highest overall engagement, while lower elementary has the lowest. High school has extreme login patterns. We have high school students that are super users and very engaged, and we have high school students who disappear until we contact them again. Different students are struggling with attendance this year than last year, although gaps in student subgroups are similar. The biggest thing this is helping us realize is that learning differences matter. Students who in a typical year, under typical conditions, thrive with in-person learning and have great grades are some of the students that are struggling most in distance learning. Students who preferred to return in person had the lowest online engagement. So that's something else that we're learning. So how have we taken this and responded? Care and Connect Spaces launched to support students in adapting and engaging with content in December. Youth serving organizations worked in partnership with Tulsa Public Schools and the Opportunity Project to expand access to safe, supervised learning spaces and to provide additional support beyond the school day. I can't stress enough that we are an important organization within the larger community, but we're not the only organization. And we can't do this work alone. Over 2,000 students, predominantly in elementary grades, have been served across 15 hub sites by multiple partners, such as the YMCA, Boys and Girls Club, and Parks and Recreation Department of the city. These youngsters are receiving 2 meals a day, care and support from consistent adults, and engaging enrichment opportunities, as well as supervised support during distance learning. These hub sites will continue as we bring students back to provide a safe space for kids on Wednesdays, as well as to continue to support students who remain in distance learning. We continue to learn from our community-based educators as they are serving our students. Wellness checks adapted to address technology challenges or barriers. So we've learned a great deal about what those barriers are. We've used some of that to inform the work that we're doing with Tulsa Responds, which is a citywide effort to provide affordable, low-cost, sustainable home internet to families who do not have it. And we've learned a lot from organizations like Growing Together, who have navigators out on the ground working directly with families. So we've learned a lot about how to better engage and partner with our parents through efforts like Tulsa Responds. And as I mentioned previously, schools are receiving weekly data with these targeted lists of disengaged students to inform their outreach and support. And this is helping us begin to understand root causes of what is actually at the heart of the challenge our families face. We talk about grades and academic supports. What we're learning here, we, like our counterparts locally and across the nation, have students who are having a very different experience, and it is bearing out in grades. Reports from across the state and country mirror our trend in additional grade failures regardless of mode of learning. A's and B's in Tulsa Public Schools, students earning A's and B's are down from prior years, even high-performing students are performing differently this year. By early January, compared to last year, more than 3 times as many students were failing at least one course. And we also know more than ever before that consistent teacher practices support students in adapting and achieving despite COVID-related challenges. Consistency matters. How a Canvas page is set up, a warm welcome every class period, and an optimistic closure, as well as some critical discussion practices within the context of a text that is being read and discussed. They matter, and they matter mightily. So as we learned these things, what did we do to respond? School staff prioritized academic needs as the #1 wellness log type in January, so our school teams adjusted. A huge shout out to our secondary schools who, beginning in December through winter break, had a relentless press on giving students additional opportunities to make up assignments, to do tests over, and made a dent in those failure rates. However, we knew that we needed to do more given the level of struggle that we were seeing week to week. The board approved a recommendation to extend semester 1 to provide additional time for students to improve their grades. And as I mentioned earlier, a little more than 2,000 students did just that. And those 2,000 students went from having at least one failing grade to having no failing grades. It was particularly impactful for a number of our elementary students. And finally, teachers focused on increasing use of consistent instructional strategies. Much of our Wednesday professional development was focused on supporting teachers in that. And our district team, teaching and learning team, leveraged partnerships with leading educators and TNTP to create curricular modules and supports. They led the charge in lightening the load on our teachers so that our teachers had curricular modules that they could go to that had videos that were already developed that highlighted what key tasks were that they should focus on so they could spend more time preparing for their live Zoom sessions, calling kiddos, and supporting their needs. Student wellness and dropout supports. So what did we learn here? Technology assistance and basic needs support accounted for 80% of all support tracked through December. We had many families who needed access to housing supports, to food, to mental health services, as well as ongoing support in understanding how to log on to Canvas, how to look at the Go Guardian and understand what their kiddos were doing. A great example of some of the work that our schools were doing to respond were some of the parent trainings that Monroe Demonstration Academy engaged in, as well as some of the technology tents and supports that schools like Lindbergh stood up to support their families as they stopped by. Online engagement and attendance strongly predicts student exits. That's one thing that we saw. And finally, families that chose to stay in distance learning are more likely to be Black, Native American, Asian, multiracial, non-economically disadvantaged, and non-English learners. So that helped us understand what choices our families are making so that we can begin to do more in asking why. It's also helping our staff be prepared as we bring students back for in-person learning this week. So what did we do to respond? Our school staff have logged more than 24,000 wellness checks with students and families, including discussions for technology and academic needs. We've shared a bit of that already. Many school teams are working more closely with community partners to build stronger connections with our Black and Brown students. That is happening through our Care and Connect hours. That is also happening through the work that organizations like Unidos out of Oklahoma State University are doing to expand reach from Latinx families to Black families. We're also doing much more with the faith-based community, knowing that parishioners are our students and families. So lots of work underway, particularly with faith-based communities in North Tulsa. We're monitoring students receiving mental health services and working to ensure students still have access to these services during the pandemic. We spoke a bit about that at our last board meeting on February 16th. So in summary, Tulsa Public Schools, just like our neighbors and our friends nationally, we're learning and we're rapidly adjusting to best support our students and families this year. The ongoing pandemic is going to continue to create challenges for our community, even as we return to in-distance learning. So all that we've learned across the first semester will help us continue to improve how we serve our students, particularly those most impacted by the pandemic. Different students are often struggling this year than in the past, and focusing on whole child supports is more important than ever. If students are not socially and emotionally well, they are not going to focus cognitively. So we have to ensure that we have holistic supports for our students. We've doubled down on family engagement efforts and supports. Parents are primary partners, and we have to continue to adjust and to change mindsets on that front. Consistent instructional and school safety look-fors will help school leaders monitor and improve the quality of instructional experiences during the second semester. We have to be super clear on what we expect. We have to narrow the list of expectations, and we have to work together to get good at them. Disrupting potential inequities anchors the guidance we build and adjustments to systems and structures that we continue to make. Our attendance process and protocol is a prime example of that. And we will continue to hold ourselves accountable for anticipating and looking for inequities in the beginning so that we can design to prevent them. And on a note of foreshadowing, I'll end with spring and summer planning is underway. It is critical for the recovery that we will engage in, and the work that we'll be working with you on in upcoming weeks will support student well-being, work to expand learning opportunities, and provide access to the academic interventions that we're understanding that our students need. So with that, we'll pause and open it up for your questions.
Thank you, Ms. Shannon. Dr. Griffin.
Can you go back to the slide that talked about the nearly 2,000 students? Okay, let's see here. My eyes aren't what they used to be. How many, you say nearly 2,000 students with failing grades in mid-January completed their 2,000 out of what number?
Yes, Dr. Griffin, I can take that. So we had approximately 14,000 students in our distance learning track that had failing grades earlier, like kind of towards the beginning of January when the board made the decision to extend semester one.
So 12,000 did not. So 12,000 failed, is that what you're saying?
So 12,000 students maintained a failing grade.
Ms. Shannon, maybe it would be helpful if we went to slide 21. There's some additional detail there.
Thank you. 17-inch monitors would be helpful. Thank you.
Sean, do you
Board
want
Member Schreiber.
Thank you. First, my comment, I'm very much looking forward to the last point about all the plans that we have for the summer and how we're going to support our kids in what they weren't able to learn this year. I do believe they were able to learn quite a bit, and it might not have been geometry perfectly, but a lot about the world and resilience and safety and caring for one another and how systems work. And so it was incredibly hard and incredibly hard on different people in different ways. But I'm proud of where we are, and I'm so excited. I have a sixth grader who's going back to school tomorrow. And you can feel the excitement at her school and of all her teachers. And she's very excited, although typical sixth grade feelings of, I'm not going to know where to go. And at least she doesn't have to do a padlock. There's no lockers. But one question I had, and I get this, I've gotten it a lot in the past week or so, is there are a lot of students still seeking scholarships, and they're looking for a mid-year report so that they can share with these scholarship applications what where they are and a report card. And I don't feel like I can answer that question, so I wanted to raise that this evening.
Yes, thank you, Board Member Schreiber. It was one of the things that our teaching and learning team took very seriously and made sure that we understood clearly the landscape of that, but because we knew there are a lot of implications anytime we make adjustments to grades or timelines and so forth. It looks like Ms. Shannon, you want, or Dr. Johnson, I know that you guys have heard a number of times from Dominic Dressel on our team, and he took the lead on that. I don't think he's with us tonight, Dr. Johnson, but perhaps you or Ms. Shannon can speak to that.
Dr. Johnson, do you want to, you've spearheaded that. You go ahead, jump in.
Absolutely. I'll just jump in and say that we conducted some research with a lot of our local universities, our surrounding colleges as well, regarding the need to have those transcripts by semester. And every single one of the universities stated the same thing, which is to not have the official transcript right now is not going to prohibit any student from either being accepted in and or receiving scholarship. However, we are aware that the scholarship, the transcript is needed. And so we've been in communication with the accountability department to ensure that if any student needed a transcript, those transcripts can be provided. And I know that either those transcripts certified for the semester are either ready for more than likely today. And if not, I can definitely get that exact date for you, but for sure this week, those transcripts will be ready.
And unofficial transcripts were able to be printed by school counselors, and universities and scholarship providers were accepting those, understanding the situation that we're in. Official transcripts, again, as Dr. Johnson said, are forthcoming this week.
So if a parent had a specific concern and they had already spoken with their counselor, what would be a good resource for them? Just have them write to me and I'll send it to you, Dr. Guest, or
you can send it directly to me.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Pastor Marshall.
Do we have a breakdown according to school, each school, that will reflect the number of students that had at least one failing grade? And do we have it where it can be broken down into by grade?
We do. We do not have that tonight. We have a pretty extensive appendix, but we don't have that particular slide, but we can certainly get that for you, Pastor Marshall.
Thank you.
And Pastor Marshall, you would like it broken down by school and then particularly by grade. So first graders at Hawthorne, ninth graders at Booker T. Got it.
Yeah, I'll also note, Paula talked about this a little bit earlier, but that type of data is actually what school sites are getting every week as part of this kind of student data shield report, and has been instrumental in just like identifying specific students that are getting different interventions. But yes, happy to provide that.
We'll provide it for you one level up because we can't release the student identifiable data, but we can help you understand each school and what it looks like.
Thank you.
Board Member Schreiber.
Thank you, Pastor Marshall, for the question. And if Dr. Gist, you could just include it in the board newsletter for all of us.
Definitely. Thank you. Board President Woolley. Yes, I was curious about the recent identification or the identification of recent dropouts and your outreach to get those kids back. Also, so kind of how is that going? Is it still in process? Have you had success? And how many kids would we typically see drop out around this time of the year? As well as like what grades are we considering as dropouts as opposed to maybe a young student who you hadn't seen for a while and are following up with for attendance sake?
So these 1,800 students are largely driven by non-attendance. The state of Oklahoma classifies students, Sean, correct me if I'm wrong, classifies students as dropouts if they have missed 10 consecutive days of school. So they automatically kind of get moved into that category. The majority of these 1,800 students were classified as dropouts due to non-attendance across grade levels. We see more at secondary. We typically, by January of each year, have 500 to 700 students in that category. This year, it's exacerbated by COVID. Sean, anything you would add there?
I think that was all spot on. I would add that this is also a moving number, because if we get in touch with the kids, you know, sometimes we find out, oh, they moved to this other district, or oh, you know, they are in Texas now, or so dropout numbers are a data point that get better over time and more accurate. I think what's happened so far with a lot of these efforts is that, you know, we're cleaning it up and learning where these kids went. But it's still very much underway. It's a good question.
And it is very much underway. Our school teams continue to make calls on a regular basis. We have located some of the students, others are still outstanding. And then our network support teams, our social service managers are leading the charge with their teams, and who are our social workers at the site level in doing that outreach, particularly for students that the schools are just at their wits' end. They've done everything and they can't find the kiddos.
So just a quick follow-up on that. If these students show up on Thursday or tomorrow in their class at the school that they were previously enrolled in, but they've been dropped, the schools are all prepared to expect more kids than they might anticipate. Is that?
That would be a welcome blessing. And yes, we always stand ready to welcome young people, and we'll work with their parents to ensure that we streamline the process and get them back.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Board President Woolley. And Pastor Marshall.
I was just going to say that I know that some of our school sites have found that some of those students in the upper grades have elected, instead of logging in and doing their schoolwork, they're working. So have we been able to have conversations with them, with their parents, to turn that around.
Yes, we have seen that for sure, Pastor Marshall. Ms. Shannon or Dr. Johnson, I'm sure can give you some statements about that, but we've definitely seen that. And we want to work with our students and give them flexibility, make sure they understand the flexibility that exists for them.
Absolutely. Our high school teams are actively working on that. Oftentimes in talking to school teams, they don't understand that. So as they do come to understand that, they work with young people. We did design distance learning to be supportive of students who are working. It's the reason we post the videos and so forth, so that they can not have to be in a live Zoom class to be successful. We also know that a number of students in this situation need a little bit more support than self-paced learning. So as our teams understand the situation, they are very much working with the students to help them find the right support so that they can be successful.
That's good to know. I know some of those children, because the family had loss of income, they were working in order to put food in the house and things like that. So just being there to offer those supports to them to provide wraparound services or whatever.
Absolutely. Absolutely, Pastor Marshall. The other thing that our high school teams report is that older students are also watching younger students. So they're anticipating that they may not see ninth graders tomorrow. They'll see them maybe on Thursday, or they might not see them until next week once they've created new routines with their younger siblings who they're supporting. So that is top of mind for them, and they understand that.
Thank you.
Board Member Marshall, I also wanted to add that I know Dr. Gist is going to more than likely address this at our next board meeting. But we have some amazing things that we're planning for our students to re-engage them, especially at the secondary level. We know that per your point, there are students that are they're struggling with their time, trying to do everything, and they're stretched. And so we're looking at some PM opportunities for students, as well as some weekend opportunities. So you'll hear more about that as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to our team, to Ms. Shannon, Mr. Bergstresser, and to the board for that excellent discussion about our quarter performance and really this year in a lot of ways. And so for our last staff report for tonight, we're going to hear from our Chief Operations Officer, Jorge Robles. You all have gotten very used to hearing critically important information that Mr. Robles brings to you. And I know that because of that, you don't need for me to tell you how fortunate we are to have him on the team. However, since I'm singing the praises of Team Tulsa tonight, I can't help but just add that our operations team, which includes facilities and maintenance, which is one of the many responsibilities that Mr. Robles has, they have knocked it out of the park once again, not only in dealing with keeping our team and our students safe during the pandemic and getting ready for in-person learning this week, but also keeping our buildings safe and ensuring needed repairs during this historic weather event. I'm going to talk more about all of that in just a moment, but you've likely seen that meme that's going around that says we're totally over living through these historic events. And I'm confident that Mr. Robles feels that way, and he's very totally over leading through historic public health and weather events. But all of us in Tulsa are very fortunate for you and everyone on your team. And I am going to say more about the team members later. But right now we have Mr. Robles back to provide us with our regular update on our data around this year and living through the pandemic with our students and team members.
Thank you, Dr. Gist, and it's a pleasure to serve kids and families in Tulsa, and all the credit goes to the phenomenal team that I'm sure you'll narrate a little bit more of what they've been doing over the past few days. So, board members, you have the presentation in front of you. This is the discussion that we normally have, and our audience can find this presentation also posted on our website. We're going to move to slide number 4. If you can go there, please. At a high level, we'll see in the data, the new cases continue to fall, which is great news. We are now at levels that are at the average between August and early November, which is excellent, and we are grateful for Tulsans to continue to do their part, and we hope that we all continue to do our part so the rates continue to go lower and lower. We had our case counts that would be the lowest reported to date since we start tracking the information, which is great. Now there's an effect there because we had intersession as well as the weather events. Nonetheless, we're grateful that we don't have a large number of individuals reporting exposure or positive cases. Vaccinations, we have ready the infrastructure, everything in place to vaccinate our employees. And as Dr. Gist announced the phenomenal news at the beginning of the meeting, we are going to begin to do that process in partnership with the Tulsa Health Department. So we have already communicated to our teams the next steps that they need to take to do that. So we're really excited about this step, and we're going to work with our teams to make sure that everybody gets an appointment to get vaccinated as soon as possible based on the coordination that the Tulsa Health Department is leading. I'm going to go into a little bit more detail later, but we continue to monitor our staffing levels daily for both school teams and support professionals. Our team stands ready to support the returning person learning. So it's a go across all teams. And we also have, as we discussed previously, the necessary stock for PPE, and we're working to make sure that that doesn't become an issue in the future. So if we go to the next slide, please, that's the chart that we normally see. One prior to that, please. That compares the rates at Oklahoma, which are now lower than Tulsa County, but both have been consistently going down over the last several weeks. And we hope that that trend continues to go down. You can see how now the levels are compared to that, August through November timeframe when we brought our younger kiddos back. Next slide is the view from the data that is publicized by the Tulsa Health Department that you're used to seeing, and where we see that same trend consistently going down. The next slide shows hospitalization rates that follow the trend. There's a little lag, but we're excited to see that that there is a downward trend as well, and that helps our healthcare professional partners to support our families as they have to deal with this disease. The next slide is the same data that we have shown you in the past for the country, the state, and the Tulsa County, and you see there how when we project for our boundaries and the school age students, we see that we're back at that, October to November timeframe, sort of at those 20 level, so below 20 cases per 100,000 students, which is it's great to see again to be at those lower levels, and we look forward for that trend to continue to go down. And the next slide, finally, there's a different color than red dominating the zip code chart, which is good, and as a reflection of the rates that are going down, and we want to see more yellow, show up in the upcoming days. The next slide shows you what I mentioned, the case counts. We only had 8 cases reported last week, and we're going to continue to monitor, so we have been doing once we start bringing our kids back, this week, and manage the exposure with all the safety protocols that we have. The next slide shows you the comparison with our neighboring districts. There's only one district that reported other than us, which was Owasso, that also saw that big decline. We'll see if the information for other districts comes online in the upcoming days, so we can continue to see how they're monitoring their cases. So moving to staffing, I mentioned we monitor daily. From a support professional perspective, all teams are ready to support our return to in-person learning. Sorry. We have seen some new applicants come through the pipeline for child nutrition, which is great, and we have the teams ready to support across all schools with the current staffing levels. Transportation, all bus routes are covered. We're still recruiting for more bus drivers, but we've made the modifications that I referenced last week. to provide that support without any challenges. And our custodians, we have all day positions covered, so there is no challenges for any school during the day. And we're actively recruiting, and we've filled 11 positions and working with an agency to provide more coverage for the evening activities or shifts. At the school staffing, the school site staffing, all teams have reported that they're ready to go. Deputy Superintendent Shannon and her team are monitoring the staffing levels daily, and they're doing a great job at making sure that we stay on top of that. Right now, we have identified, as of this morning, 9 schools that are in that yellow zone that we call it, sort of our own classification, where we monitor more closely because they're getting to a point where absences and leaves might impact the operation of the school. Every other school is ready to go, and we are deploying the necessary supports to make sure that those 9 schools can serve kids successfully this week. No changes to the situation with substitutes. We continue to recruit, and we're hoping for our community to join the effort and sign up to be a substitute teacher. And I already talked about PPE and safety equipment, which is we are ready and have the supplies to go. On the next slide, and I'm just going to name that we're excited that we're going to start vaccination for all of our team members. Yay! So I'm not going to go into all the details. I mean, we've continued our efforts. We're going to get the second dosage for the team members who got their first one that were in the 65 and up group. But now we're starting the team-wide vaccination effort in partnership with the Tulsa Health Department. So we're excited about that. And last but not least, as I've shared with you in the past, we have our rapid testing program. We're doing diagnostic testing this week, and we're focused on increasing our opt-in rate for our team members, and also communicating out to families so that they opt in, so that way next week we can have the largest possible universe to begin to do the sampling testing and monitor our rates. So that concludes my report. I know it was fast and furious, but I'll answer any questions that you might have.
Dr. Griffin.
I would say I'm as happy as everyone that we're going back to school tomorrow, but I would also like a cautionary tale that it's not over. And I know Dr. Gist is going to say before we leave, wear a mask, wash your hands, social distance. I had my first friend die of COVID today, Gene Budd, who was a Tulsa public school vendor. And the problem with these statistical charts is as the curve goes down, regardless of what the statistic is, those people become not less significant, but we say, oh, things are getting better. Only 10 people died today. Only 3 people are in the hospital. Unless you're one of those people or one of those families, we revel in the statistics and the downward trend. November 11th, 1918, there was a soldier who was the last soldier killed in World War I. September the 2nd, 1945, there was a soldier who was the last soldier killed in World War II, and Charles McMahon was the last Marine to die in Vietnam. So I would segue to Dr. Gist on this one. Wear your mask. It's not over. Wash your hands. It's not over. Social distancing. It's not over. And the teachers have a tremendous responsibility and burden on them to help the kids understand this, because they're going to want to hug. They're going to want to touch. They haven't seen their friends in a group for so long. It's not over. Don't be the last. Be safe.
Thank you so much, Dr. Griffin. Absolutely. Board Member Croissant.
I just wanted to also say how excited I am that all of our teachers are going to be able to get vaccines And you did say this week, is that correct?
Correct. That
Beginning this week.
Beginning this week.
they're signing up. They have a link now to sign up, and they're going to start beginning this week to vaccinate everybody.
Well, so I have a couple of questions on that. I know you got, it sounds like this came in at the last minute, so I'm sure there's more details to come, but will they be able to get out during classes? Will we be able to cover if they need to go get the vaccination? Are we bringing it to them? Maybe just a little bit of information if you have any.
So as you know, we have hosted on-site clinics and we're prepared to do that. This is an opportunity that the Tulsa Health Department and one third-party provider they're collaborating to make this available to our teachers as well as teachers from other districts in Tulsa County. And so because of that, then this is not one of our clinics that we were prepared to host, but rather a joint site. We, of course, Wednesday as a distance learning day is one of the days. That's actually when they begin. So we're hopeful that many of our team members will be able to get appointments on Wednesday. And then you're right, we just got this information right before the board meeting. So Ms. Shannon and I have been talking about, and Mr. Robles, about having our school leaders, for all of us to do the very best we can in covering folks when they have their appointments. So I think that part, what happens on Thursday and Friday, which are also days of for appointments, that's part that we're going to have to sort out as soon as we get out of this meeting. I don't mean it like get out of, I mean like when we're free from this particular conversation.
And if there's one thing I will say about our school-based educators is they rise to the challenge and they figure things out. So I'm confident that we will support our teachers and support staff in being vaccinated.
And I think that is one of the things that they've been the most concerned, teachers and everyone in the community, just to make sure that we keep our schools open and we keep our schools staffed and everybody stays safe. So just having this opportunity, I know you, the whole district, Dr. Dart, there's a lot of people that have probably been working on this from what it sounds like. So I just want to thank everybody that has been working for our teachers to get this happen. And remember, it's not just teachers, it's our bus drivers, our cafeteria workers, it's all of our staff. So again, I'm very excited that we can start this process and hopefully get everybody done within a few weeks. Is that the hope?
Yes. So Dr. Dart, the conversation that I had with him was that that we would be able to get, the goal is to be able to get first shots at least, because of course we know that this week we're also doing second shots for hundreds of our team members before spring break. So first shots before spring break, but they begin on Wednesday and they'll continue through this week and then into next week as well. Thank you so much, Mr. Robles and team. And that concludes our staff reports for tonight. Madam President.
Thank you very much. Are there any reports from members of the board tonight? Mr. Croissant?
I'll try to be quick. I had attended a Beyond Awareness Summit on crimes against children and human trafficking. And I just wanted to share a little bit with the board on that. There was actually TPS staff that was there from the district, as well as TPD, Homeland Security, other law enforcement, the Oklahoma State Department of Education. And we basically just discussed some of the issues around human trafficking and child abuse and how schools are the first really help for a lot of students, because every single person in a building, whether it be a teacher or a staff member, can see what these red flags are that can cause these problems. I know Dr. Griffin brought a lot of that to light as we were talking about distance learning. And so, just being able to recognize what's going on with students, seeing red flags that could cause problems, and then being able to address that trauma and address the needs of our students and be able to get them help is so important. And I talked to Dr. Gist about this, and our TPS Office of Student and Family Support Services, I know does a lot of help in this regard. and getting this information out to our faculty and our staff. And I think just as we go forward as a community, we just need to know that, you know, it's not strangers that we see abusing kids or putting kids into these situations. A lot of the time it's family members, it's somebody that they know, it's somebody, a boyfriend or something like that, where somebody that they've trusted. And so being able to recognize this in our students, a lot of the students are very young, 11 to 14 years old when they first see this. So I think just being able to recognize that this is a part of what TPS going forward has to do and be a part of how we address these issues in our community, I think is so important. I've had students that have gone through this, and it's heart-wrenching. It's absolutely gut-wrenching, some of these things. And so I just wanted to tell you that there's a lot of people working on this within our district, within our community, and I'm just so proud of everything that TPS does to help our kids, especially those that are going through abuse and these kind of deals.
Thank you, Mr. Croissant. Pastor Marshall?
Just wanted to make a quick announcement. On Saturday from 12 until 2, I will be working with the supporters of families with sickle cell and the Tulsa District CME Church and several other sponsors. We'll be giving out food. So if any of you have teachers or anyone in your districts that is in need of assistance, it will be at the 36th Street Event Center.
Thank you, Pastor Marshall. Ms. Schreiber?
Just really quickly, I know we have a lot of advocates that watch these meetings and engage, and I just want to remind everyone that the legislative session is in full swing, and there are a lot of bills that are not really pro-public education, and there's a couple different places that you can find out about that, either through the Oklahoma State School Board Association is a good place. We have a local PLAC groups, which are parent legislative advocacy groups that you can find information from. But if you do want more information, please reach out to me personally. And second, I want to echo Dr. Griffin's remarks. Unfortunately, today marks 500,000 people in the United States dying, and those are real people. They're not statistics. And someone is missing someone today that they maybe lost 2 months ago or this morning. And I just want to remind everybody not to become numb to those statistics and remember. I'll never forget when Dr. Gist called me when we had the first person in Oklahoma was husband of our teacher. And that was very impactful for me to just have that personal connection. And whenever you hear those statistics, I would encourage everyone to think about a person and what that means to everyone that is in their lives and how they're going to go forward without them, and to just continue to really try to drive these stats down. We're so close. It's just like, for a while, everywhere you turn, somebody had COVID. Right now, I feel like everywhere you turn, someone said, I got my vaccine. I'm going to get my vaccine. I'm trying to get my vaccine appointment. So, I mean, that's what we want to hear. That concludes my report.
Thank you. And yes, thank you, Dr. Griffin, for your point about that, because it's critically important. And it's something that we spoke about early when we were grappling with decision making forever. 500,000 ends of one, right? No matter who that person is, if they're your one, it's incredibly significant. So I'm sorry to hear of your loss today. But yeah, don't be the last one, right? We can learn and grow and do better. Not seeing any, Pastor Marshall, did you have another follow-up? I just want to make sure. Okay, thank you. Not seeing any further reports. I just want to summarize that I took a note that Pastor Marshall has a request for follow-up on failing grades by school and grade level. And Dr. Griffin has a request that information for parents on item E1 be made available to parents for their use. If there are any items that I missed in that summary, please send those requests individually in an email to me and copy Ms. Bazone so she can make sure that everything is followed up on. Moving on to citizens' comments. We do have several speakers who signed up to speak this evening under citizens' comments. If you are here in person, please come to the podium to provide your remarks when I call your name. If you are calling in, we will let you know when your time begins. Our first speaker this evening is Mr. Ron Cosby, who signed up to speak about schools being closed to in-person instruction. Mr. Cosby.
Good evening. I don't know how in the world I would follow that. Y'all are amazing. My name is Ron Cosby. I live in Owasso. I have several of your constituents asked me to come over and speak because they're either scared of public speaking or they're afraid of y'all, and I can't imagine which one of y'all they're afraid of because y'all are all sweet. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for your civil doing what you do, offering your time. There is no way that I would be a school board member. I don't like people yelling at me and telling me I'm wrong. So thank you for that. Thank you also for having the comments of the public at the very end of this. Because if I had known, I probably wouldn't have showed up. But now that I did, I learned so much that I needed to learn. Some of it just astounded me. Some of it made me proud. Some of it I'm going to take back to my school district and tell my parents what goes on in Tulsa. Good, bad, indifferent, whatever. I learned so much watching y'all interact, have dialogue, talk, discuss, disagree, agree, emotions. It's like night and day as far as I'm concerned, Owasso and Tulsa. Excellent job. I am really overwhelmed at what I've learned tonight. I probably won't ever come back. And I don't know if that hurts anybody else's feelings. How much time? Oh, 3 minutes. I'm going to use up every bit of my 3 minutes, by the way. I came over because a lot of your constituents, and I say a lot. My wife is like, can you just turn the phone off? And I don't know why, if they're busy, if they're not. I heard a lot of stuff tonight about curriculum and teachers and safety, and I'm just really glad that those babies are going back to school tomorrow. I really am. I just want to jump up and down. I appreciate Miss Dr. Johnson's energy, by the way. About halfway through it, I needed that jolt. You really came at me. Appreciate that. I came over here tonight basically to speak to Tulsa parents, because whether or not you want your child in person or virtual, or you're scared or you're not scared of the virus, or I'm not going to talk about the virus. The reason that you are here is because of them. Does that make sense? The reason that we hired our superintendent is also because we elected a school board to hire that superintendent. So when the superintendent in Owasso says, I don't think we should open schools, and the school board said, I think we should, who wins out on that? The school board hired them to do a job that they want them to do. The same thing happens with your constituents. They elected you to represent the majority of them. The only difference is the school board can immediately terminate the contract with that superintendent. Over in Owasso, we have to spend 5 years with that school board member. Here, it's only 4. But the only people that can remove that board is other board members. Ms. Schreiber mentioned bills going through the education committee. One of them is Senate Bill 210. It gives parents, not willy-nilly, I don't like the perfume that this board member is wearing, but in extreme, extraordinary circumstances like pandemics, things like that, when a board member doesn't represent the majority of their constituents, this bill allows the constituents to correct that mistake they made and not live with it for 4 or 5 years. Because y'all, being board members, are executive, legislative, judicial branch of the government. The Senate, they have different bodies that checks and balances. So Senate Bill 210 is what I came to say.
Thank you, Mr. Cosby. Our second speaker this evening is Ms. Christina Byrne, who signed up to speak about reopening school buildings and COVID-19. Ms. Byrne?
This is she.
Welcome, and you will have 5 minutes to speak. You'll be given a 30-second warning when you come to the end of your time.
Thank you.
Your time begins now, Ms. Byrne.
Thank you. Good evening, citizens of Tulsa, Superintendent, Deputy Superintendent, Board President Woolley, and members of the school board, all members present, especially to those honored and esteemed guests from the beginning of this meeting. As I said, my name is Christina, and I currently have 3 elementary school age children, and I've learned a lot in these past 11 months. We all have. Prior to this pandemic, my most direct engagement in the democratic process was being part of the 2018 teacher walkout. In August 2020, I began actively watching these school board meetings. And in December 2020, I began to examine and look at recent legislature, and the big picture became more and more crystal clear to me. It is my hope that going forward, all members of this school board, all members that are employed by this district will take this great learning opportunity and move forward to completely fulfill the core values that are listed for this district. Because of this pandemic, I have learned just how much work needs to be done to keep these public funds in our public schools. I have learned during this pandemic that this district needs to make a clear and decisive decision about what its relationship will be with charter schools going forward. Because of this pandemic, I have come to realize that without a clear examination and a decisive movement towards what our relationship with charter schools will look like, we will not be able to come to fruition for this North Star goal for all students in the district. That goal being to develop mindsets, knowledge, skills, and habits to achieve academic, career, and life successes. I have also learned during this time that we must continue to directly communicate with legislatures at the state level. And the state bill that was just previously mentioned is a terrible, terrible idea. It will take away money that is needed, and it will delay the process. Please be informed about the legislature, all citizens, and make the right decisions. I have learned that at this time, until we determine what the relationship with charter schools will be, that we cannot provide excellence for all of our schools until every single school has a foundation that can write those big fat checks. And I have also learned that it is critical to repair and rebuild the relationships in this district. And that will happen best when teachers are truly listened to and given opportunities to feel valued. And then I quote a TPS teacher who says, I look forward to attending listening sessions that will be held, not just to say they were held, but to actually be listened to. And I have also learned that transparency in this district still leaves a lot to be desired. I am so ecstatic to see the district finally being completely transparent about this staffing situation. I've known about it for a long time, but we have to continue to let the citizens know that we have to treat the staff right. Otherwise, they're going to keep leaving at the same alarming rate. And we have to keep building this relationship for our most precious Oklahomans, our children. And how well this school board meeting delivers my final point, that this systemic racism in this city runs deep. And Dr. Griffin, with all due respect, the comments which you made in regards to the curriculum being presented tonight are exactly why we need it. Because while it may be a difficult discussion for the children to have, your comments make it clear that it's even more difficult for the adults. So when we look at racism in this district, let's get
You
real.
have 30 seconds remaining.
And let's get active. While it may be a simplistic viewpoint, I want to share that when I moved back to Tulsa almost 14 years ago, I was shocked they had merely changed the name of my alma mater elementary school to the Leopards, and that it was such a shocking statement to say, let's change the name of this school. I thought that was a simple answer, but I was wrong. So let's make the difficult conversations happen, and let's put.
Thank you, Ms. Byrne. Our next speaker this evening is Mr. Leslie Kopp, who signed up to speak about the importance of continuing to advocate for change at TPS. Mr. Kopp?
Mr. Kopp, your time begins now. Mr. Kopp, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Hi, Mr. Kopp. Your time begins now.
Okay. Good evening. Tonight, I want to speak directly towards the TPS parents and citizens that are here in attendance and the ones who are listening remotely. I want to introduce the latest parent support group here in Tulsa. This group is called Tulsa Parent Voice Oklahoma. You might recognize the name Parent Voice Oklahoma. This is because Parent Voice Oklahoma has 6 different chapters, including Tulsa's, here in Oklahoma. Parent Voice Oklahoma has thousands of members statewide. The amazing thing about this nonprofit organization is joining this wonderful group is completely free. I started out alone, wanting to advocate for better and equal educational opportunities for all children and wanting to hold our district leadership accountable for their actions. I quickly realized that alone, I couldn't achieve those 2 goals. So I decided to search out for other parents and groups in which we have common interests and goals. This journey so far has been amazing. I have met several parents I would have never met if I wasn't wanting to advocate for change, for better and equal educational opportunities for every child, and to hold our district leaders accountable for their actions. I decided to align myself with Parent Voice Oklahoma and help form the Tulsa chapter with the help of a few wonderful people with creating the Tulsa chapter of Parent Voice Oklahoma. This ensures that our concerns we have as parents with TPS reach our state legislators, as Parent Voice Oklahoma is working directly with our state legislators to make sure every parent's voice is heard and respected. Parents of TPS have been ignored for far too long. The damage of TPS not listening to parents is extensive. When TPS can't balance their budget properly, both our children and our teachers are negatively affected. With our teachers expected to teach larger class sizes for the same pay, and our students being forced to learn in larger class sizes, our children will have less opportunities to get one-on-one help with their teachers due to teachers having to teach larger classroom sizes. This is not the fault of our teachers or children. This is the fault of our administration at TPS. TPS last year had to shut down 5 schools due to budget issues. This is on top of the many other schools that have been closed over the past 12 years. With all these schools being closed, this has contributed to larger classroom sizes. Let's move on to transparency. Superintendent Gist mentioned in one of her comments that all audit reports can be found online at TPS's website. Only problem is, Superintendent Gist, is that I have searched the entire TPS website and have yet to find any reports. Maybe you could have someone at TPS show me where to find these audit reports. It would be most helpful if you do. And I would also like to add that with my experience today and hearing other parents' experiences about signing up to speak to these board meetings and about our forms being mysteriously lost or not submitted, that's concerning to me as a parent. And since this isn't an isolated incident, I do ask that the school board members initiate an investigation in finding out what the cause is of trying to silence parents' voices. And this is exactly what this is our district leaders trying to silence parents' voices and their opinions. Whenever parents and citizens fill out the proper forms, and then just to get told the day before the meeting that your form wasn't submitted correctly. And I thank Mrs. Bazone for getting that cleared up for me today and allowing me to speak. So I thank you, Ms. Bazone. But however, I do have a concern about whenever I had tried to reply back to you that your email was blocked. Why is that? And I would also like to remind Dr. Gist that it is appropriate whenever a public speaker and a parent is speaking to you that you don't turn around and ignore them. You should acknowledge that
You have 30
speaker
seconds remaining.
and respect that parent and that speaker. Show them the same respect that we show towards you guys. We sit hours waiting to speak, and we don't ignore you guys. We are attentive, and we expect the same for our board members. In closing, I would like to ask for parents and citizens that want better and equal educational opportunities for their children and grandchildren.
Thank you, Mr. Kopp. Our next speaker this evening is Miss Amelia Wynn, who signed up to speak to thank Miss Hania Wester. Miss Wynn?
Miss Wynn, are you there? Miss Wynn? Miss Wynn, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Miss Wynn. I'm getting ready to start your time. I'll let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining. And your time begins now.
Good evening. I'm Amelia Wynn, and I am a student at Carver Middle School. Go Wildcats! I wanted to talk today to show my appreciation to former board member Hania Wester and current board member Judith Barba. To me, it is important to see Latinx people serve in leadership positions, as it gives me hope that one day I can serve and lead my community too. It is ridiculous that we are in 2021, and I'm excited to have only one Latinx board member and first-generation immigrant represent my fellow classmates and community, especially considering that Tulsa Public Schools has over 35% Latinx students and 22% multilingual students. This isn't a celebration. This is a wake-up call for the district and the community. We are doing the bare minimum to advocate and fight for the majority of my classmates. This is not okay. Additionally, it is important to note that the school board is not an accurate reflection of our diverse communities in school. I am also grateful for board member Marshall, as she too elevates the voices in Black and Brown families of Tulsa. However, it is upsetting that 76% of our students and families are represented and reflected by only 2 out of 7 board members. The math simply doesn't make sense. I'm not dumb. I know racism exists. I asked each of the board members a very simple question. What are you doing to ensure equity and increased representation on the board? My parents show me how to stream board meetings and hear the discussions and debates about school policies and issues. It is embarrassing to hear some of the prejudice and racist comments from several board members. It makes me angry and frustrated that you're talking about families and students in my friends, my family, without any respect for our worth or dignity. I know my worth, and I know I deserve a voice, and I deserve to be fought for. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nguyen. Our next speaker this evening is Ms. Azucena, sorry, just a second, Maricio.
Yes, I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes and you'll be given a 30-second warning.
Okay.
And your time begins now, Miss Mauricio.
Hi, my name is Azucena Mauricio, and I am a community leader in my neighborhood, Kent Whittier. I just want to say thank you to the board members for giving Ms. Hania Wester the opportunity to serve and represent our community, because it is much needed representation in our community. And on behalf of this community, thank you, Mrs. Hania Wester. It was a pleasure having you on the board, listening to our worries and needs. Thank you for the time you serve. I also want to give thanks to Judith Barba for following after Mrs. Hania to be a part of the board. I want to say thank you to the board members for welcoming Mrs. Judith as a board member, and every person living in District 2 for giving their vote and trust to Judith Barba. For many years, we were underrepresented until Ms. Hania came and stepped as a board member. Now we have Judith Barba. She is one of us. She knows our struggles. She understands the hardships we all go trying to navigate and understand the school system. She knows how important it is for us, our children's education. She also cares for our community and our children. Many people think that she does not deserve to be a board member, but for us, the community in Kent Whittier or District 2, she is the one. She's the one we need. Thank you, board members, for accepting Judith as a board member. Thank you, everybody in District 2, for voting for Judith Barba. Thank you, Hania Western, for the time you served. And Leslie, thank you for listening to me. We needed this representation in our community, as a Spanish speaking. On behalf of my community, thank you for having people that understand our struggles and our needs in the board. Thank you so much, and for the time for listening to me. Thank you so much, and we did it. Gracias. Buenas noches.
Thank you, Ms. Mauricio. Our next speaker this evening is Ms. Kaylee Birch, who signed up to speak about returning to school. Ms. Birch? Okay, Ms. Birch is not here. These are people that we believe will be present within the building. Our next speaker this evening is Ms. Rachel Perez Chamu, who signed up to speak to thank Ms. Hania Wester. Looks like she is not here either. Our next speaker this evening is Ms. Tamna de Albato. Okay. Well, thank you all who were able to speak with us tonight. Dr. Gist, do you have a report for us tonight?
I do, Madam President. Thank you. Last week's and the week before, the inclement weather had a massive impact across our country, our city, and our district. And anytime we make a decision about schedule changes or delays or closures for inclement weather, there are members of our team who continue to work tirelessly in the field to take care of our buildings, our sites, and our campuses and keep them safe for our students, for our teachers, our team members, all of our team members, and our families. And I want to just take a moment to recognize the extraordinary efforts of our maintenance, grounds, and custodial teams who have been working literally around the clock to respond to the storm and the resulting challenges of broken sprinkler heads and water lines, gas leaks, heating issues, plumbing issues, snow and ice covered parking lots and walkways, while contending with rolling power outages. And remember that, like all of us, they each have their own homes and lives, and we're dealing with challenges at home as well, just like we were, and continue to work around the clock on our schools. In particular, I want to thank our facilities director, Sue Ann Bell, our maintenance manager, Jason Cohen, our custodial manager, Brenda Royal, and our grounds manager, Jay Oates, and all of their teams for their just absolutely relentless focus on keeping our district safe, caring for our buildings, caring for their own team members, and doing everything they possibly can on behalf of our city and this district. It's truly awesome. Our security systems manager, Sam Troglin, and his team responded to every single broken sprinkler head and alarms for broken water lines and saved the district at least $100,000 in potential damages thanks to their efforts. And I think a lot of people don't realize we monitor our buildings 24/7. They are monitored. Thanks to Tulsans, we have the equipment to be able to do this, which ultimately saves us money and keeps kids in school because we're able to tackle problems before they become far, far worse back. Not like the days where you used to show up in the morning and the whole building was flooded. We know far sooner than that. Our energy management team and technicians worked also around the clock to monitor our heating and air conditioning systems, keep our boilers fired, solve problems, inspect our buildings to monitor for existing and potential damage. The team went so far as to take steps to remove ceiling tiles to improve heat flow and prevent water line and fire sprinkler damage, prevent the lines from bursting. Our plumbers responded to dozens of water line breaks, most of which were isolated. They repaired those quickly so that the buildings could be open today, most of them, not all, but most of that was because of city water lines being shut off because of their incredible work. So most of our buildings were open today for teachers, school leaders, and school support professionals to engage in distance learning and to prepare for our return to school. Our custodians and other facilities teams set up fans and dehumidifiers in areas impacted by the storm to remove the water, to dry the spaces more quickly than any restoration company could have. And Sue Ann shared with us that while the local restoration companies, and they do a great job, by the way, but they were backlogged. They were estimating at least a 24-hour response time. Our team already had the equipment set up and we're getting spaces dry. And of course, our grounds team, they work so hard. They collaborate with our custodians to clean the parking lots, clean the sidewalks and entrances to school so team members could get in safely. I also want to thank the crews of the City of Tulsa and PSO who stayed in touch with us all during that time. They prioritized our schools that needed water and power restored, and we very much appreciate their being sensitive to that. Okay, so anytime we make these decisions about inclement weather, we know that we have to balance our responsibility to keep our teams safe and healthy alongside the fiscal responsibilities and challenges that we know some of our support professionals face. So in addition to looking at the forecasted conditions and the system readiness to respond, we also consider the impact of lost work time for our support professionals and the options we have available to offset those days. One important commitment that we made to our support professionals during the storm last week was to do everything we could to create some continuity in pay for the days they were closed. None of us anticipated, and they had not budgeted personally for 2 weeks out of school because these are our hourly paid team members. And as much as we wanted to immediately alleviate that financial burden of the inclement weather closures, as you probably recall us talking about in the past, state law simply does not provide this kind of flexibility in the absence of a declaration of disaster. So I want to just have a huge thanks and shout out to our Chief Talent and Equity Officer, Devin Fletcher, our whole talent management team, our Chief Financial Officer, Norberto Delgadillo, and our whole finance team for all of their efforts to find options to help those team members. And so while the state law does limit our flexibility, we were able to help to shorten the gap in pay by using weather days provided by our collective bargaining agreement and a one-time allocation of 5 additional inclement weather emergency days. So we shared with our team last week that all eligible support professionals who were unable to work during the inclement weather received up to 56 hours during this pay period to offset the hours that they were not able to work. And our team members also have the option to use personal days to fill in any time. So thank you to that team. So speaking of team members going above and beyond, our teachers and our school leaders and all of our school teams, all of us are so excited to welcome our students back to in-person learning this week. That's what we've all been working toward this entire experience. I visited teachers today who were eagerly preparing, and as a reminder, our tier 3 and 4 students with special needs, elementary students in grade 4th, 5th, and 6th, middle school students in grade 6, junior high school students in grade 7, high school students in grade 9, and Project Accept students will return to in-person learning tomorrow, Tuesday, the 23rd. And students in pre-K through 3rd, grades 7 and 8, grades 10, 11, and 12, basically everyone else, returns to in-person learning on Thursday, the 25th. So I want to remind families to visit tulsaschools.org/back-to-school to make sure they're ready for in-person learning. This includes a link to the at-home health screening questionnaire, which is important for everyone to complete every day. Information about our safety practices, mask requirements, reminders for families to work through with students to help us all get ready. It also talks about what to do if you have an exposure or symptoms. And so please take a look at that. We also want to encourage people to please make sure that we have contact information for you. If you have not been getting emails or text messages from us, please visit www.tulsaschools.org/contact-update to update your cell phone number and your email. This is going to be more important now than it's ever been for us to have that updated team contact information. So our entire team, as I said, including our amazing teachers, are working so hard to be ready for our students to come back safely and enthusiastically, starting bright and early, very early tomorrow morning. So again, I do want to touch on the vaccinations that we talked about. We've all been working so hard to be ready for this moment, and could not be more grateful to the Tulsa Health Department and the other partners who have made sure this happened. Mr. Robles, and I want to thank Chief Fletcher as well for their incredible work on advocating for vaccine doses for our team. Just as an example, Chief Fletcher went above and beyond before we found out this news this afternoon to collaborate with Ascension St. John to get hundreds of additional vaccines available for our team members. So plenty and plenty of examples of the leadership, the hard work, and the advocacy for everyone to get vaccines to our team as quickly as possible. So we are going to be able to start those on Wednesday, and everyone on the team should have gotten an email or text messages to let them know about availability and to begin scheduling. We're already seeing an enthusiastic response from our team. I'm hearing if anybody did not get that information, they should let us know. They can talk to their supervisor. We'll make sure that they get it. We also, since we have had a first round of vaccinations for all of our team members 65 and older who were interested in that, which is the great majority of them, were able to get their second round of shots this week. Those were delayed because of weather. So thank you to all the members of our team for that hard work. Again, it's really important to support our team. Lastly, this is Public Schools Week, and every week is actually Public Schools Week, but this week in particular is officially Public Schools Week. And I am so proud to be a lifelong public school student, public school teacher, and public school leader. And I could not be more enthusiastic about the importance of public schools in our community and in our country. So our students and families need us, and our team delivers every day. Thank you to our teachers. Thank you to all of our team members, and thank you to this board. And then just in closing, Dr. Griffin, I'm also so sorry for the loss of your friend, and appreciate you raising that. And Ms. Schreiber, thank you for raising Merrill Dry's loss. He was the first Oklahoman to pass away, and was a member of our team and the husband of a beloved teacher of ours. And then just this last few days, I attended the visitation for another beloved colleague of ours. So this is extremely personal to all of us, and we will continue to ensure safety even as we're transitioning back to in-person learning. We're confident we can do both of those things at the same time. So wear your mask, wash your hands, watch your distance, and that concludes my report, Madam President.
Thank you, Dr. Gist. There are no non-routine items tonight. Ms. Burke, is there any new business?
No new business.
Thank you. That brings us to announcements. The next regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of Education will be held on Monday, March 8th, 2021 at 6:30 p.m. I'll now entertain a motion
Move
to adjourn.
adjournment.
Second.
And I'll call for the vote. Pastor Marshall?
Aye.
Ms. Barbara Perez?
See.
Mr. Croissant?
Aye.
Ms. Keller?
Aye.
Dr. Griffin?
Aye.
Ms. Schreiber?
Aye.
And aye.